I know who she's talking to.
Great. And hopefully Amanda just got the brand new slides I just sent. I always bring it right down to the wire for her.
I got them.
Thanks.
Just a second. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Well, welcome everyone to today's City Council meeting. To help reduce the transmission of COVID-19, we are holding our meetings virtually due to the number of COVID-19 cases and updated mask requirements. We are closely monitoring the situation, and the council will return with hybrid or in-person meetings when appropriate and safer for the public and city employees. As many of you know, there is no public comment during a work session. However, please join us remotely at the 7 p.m. formal meeting to share any comments. Your feedback is, of course, always welcome, and you can share with the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by calling our 24-hour phone line at 801-535-7654. Our first item on our agenda is an update from the administration, and I will turn it over to the Mayor's Chief of Staff, Ms. Rachel Otto. It's all yours.
Thanks, Council Chair. Thanks, Council members. We have, as always, a brief COVID update for you today. I believe Dr. Dunn is coming to speak later, so she, I'm sure, will have a lot of great and more granular information, but wanted to bring you our regular statistics. Amanda, if you can move forward. So we're still in the high transmission level across the state. We are trending a little bit upward for just cases statewide, but you'll see that ICU averages are actually down just a little bit. So we'll take that at least as one good metric for today. Our school-aged cases today are still tracking around 20% of the total number of state cases, and you can see the breakdown between different age ranges there. Amanda, you can move to the next slide. So this is just a quick snapshot from the county's dashboard that shows where our school district is on case totals. It's hard to see, so I apologize on that box there in the middle. Sorry, I think that was a pasting error there. Thank you, Amanda. This has the today's date versus last year at this time case numbers. So definitely a higher number of cases this year than we saw in our schools last year. But, you know, I hope that Dr. Dunn will have new updated averages for you that are normalized, you know, per student population later today. And you'll be able to see how the Salt Lake District is doing comparatively or per capita compared to the rest of the school districts in the state. So thanks for that. Amanda, you can move to the next slide. These are the few zip codes that we're tracking, that we have been tracking more closely, just based on the discrepancies between East Side and West Side vaccination rates. We're still seeing, you know, really great numbers in 84101 and very incremental increases in those couple of other zip codes. We've been trending right around the 63% citywide vaccination average for the last couple of weeks, with just some really minor shifts upward. Go ahead to the next slide, Amanda. And then similarly with the demographics, the countywide demographics, really not a ton of improvement there, maybe a percentage point increase each week that we've been seeing. And there may be one more slide on COVID. Nope, we're going to move to Andrew unless council members, do you have any questions on any of this information? Okay, thank you. I'll kick it over to Andrew.
Thank you, Rachel. First slide is the same thing you see regularly about the capacity of the resource centers. You may not remember last week the numbers, but these are up from last week. We tend to see a correlation between colder weather or worse weather and increased numbers coming into the resource centers, which is true, which means we're running a total of about 95% capacity over all three of them right now. And I would anticipate that would continue in the same direction based on weather and other needs. Next slide. Outreach events, the last kayak court for the year is going to be the 25th in the next week. And the last resource fair will be, will be November 30th. The location is to be determined based on the needs going into the next few weeks and month. The Justice Court's next High Utilizer Day will be this Friday, the 22nd. Again, they're planning on those happening monthly as long as they're effective and helpful. So we'll look to get some information back to them about the effectiveness and what they're seeing as well to you all. Cleaning and abatements are still scheduled for Liberty Park and Elizabeth Sherman Park and Sugar House this week. And other locations may be added as well. They're doing a lot of smaller ones in the same day or multiple days together instead of very large ones. So you'll see a variety of smaller camps being attended to and cleaned. And then the city did apply for the State Homelessness Mitigation Fund. And for fiscal year 23, it was submitted last week for a much higher number than we have in the past to cover police and the outreach efforts we're currently doing and a number of increased services. So we can talk more about that coming forward with you all. Next slide. This is what we did 2 weeks ago, just to remind you of the interface between trauma and substance use and how it may impact decision-making by some folks who are unsheltered or even in the shelters at times. Next slide. Last time we talked a little bit about the difference between the planning that's happening and the action that doesn't seem to be happening sometimes. We talked through why it's difficult to go from the planning phase from the coalition to taking action based on who's funding and where they're being located in local zoning and ordinances that way. One thing that we didn't talk a little bit about last time, which may be helpful and salient for you all in the current discussion about where overflow will happen this winter, even temporary overflow. From the nonprofits who are doing the services, they're often looking at their clients and what's the client need and what's in the best interest of the client. So oftentimes that means closer proximity, or at least the ability easily to get to services, whether it's medical services, workforce services, benefits, whatever it is, shelter sometimes, but housing particularly, because we know that a lot of the housing that's available is in Salt Lake City. I mean, the easy examples are the Airport Inn opening next month, the Magnolia, which opened over the fall this year. And so you can kind of see that the farther folks are placed outside the city, the more difficult it is for them to get into the city for a variety of reasons. And that might help understand why the providers are always saying, well, we need to go what's best for the client. And oftentimes that seems to feel like it's coming downtown. Now, to be clear, they are all looking outside the city. They're all looking at multiple locations out in the county, and they've ruled out several so far based on a variety of factors. But they still are actively trying to do that, but there is that inherent tension in there. They understand from the city's position about the burden it's placed for a number of years and the perspective of trying to disperse services for equity, for fairness across multiple jurisdictions, all those kind of reasons. But they also have a clear mindset of trying to figure out what's best for the client. And it's a difficult situation for the city to invest very heavily in, say, a really robust bus network and transportation network in affordable housing and other things. It's the right thing to do for a lot of reasons, but it also sets up the scenario where it's much easier to be downtown and get the services you need or the housing you need. So just want to make sure that you're aware of that tension, and it's going to be an ongoing discussion amongst the city, the providers, the system as a whole, to figure out how do we come to some consensus of how to deliver services in the right way that's actually fair to cities as well, if that makes sense right now. And then the next slide is something new this week about car RV camping. And we do see what appears to be an increase, a growing number of folks who use vehicles for their housing right now. And it's difficult to say it definitively is more, partially because sometimes people who are living in vehicles do not identify as homeless, quote unquote, and or they don't fit a federal HUD definition of homelessness. And that's usually somebody living in a place not meant for human habitation or consistently human habitation. One of the ways that the outreach teams look at this sometimes is, does an RV have access to water, heat, a working restroom? In some cases they might. That's usually they're in the campground area or something like that. But if they don't, they may fall on the other side of the homelessness line. And so even in our point in time counts, these vehicles don't get counted officially because they don't fit the point in time criteria. So it's hard to get numbers on them. The city ordinance that you all passed recently was created to address those inhabited vehicles because the current ordinance for parking on our streets didn't really envision trying to address people living in the vehicles while they're on the street. So the ordinance itself is not probably as effective in handling this as we'd hope it would be sometimes. And so from an enforcement perspective, compliance is in a difficult situation of saying, well, we're not equipped to handle somebody living in a vehicle and then towing it, right? It doesn't work well for a variety of reasons. So the ordinance that was passed contributed funding, number one, both to help minor repairs, but also for some cases where there's an inoperable vehicle who was dumped that the tow company doesn't want to take because of space or cost considerations, to help them do that. The second piece is there is increasing coordination between community and neighborhoods, the HEART team, police, compliance, and the nonprofit outreach, VOA primarily, the outreach teams, to make sure we're all on the same page about where we find folks who are camping in their vehicles for how long and trying to address those more proactively and quickly. Same with the smaller camps in the city. Now the goals are very limited though. The goal is to help people comply with the current parking ordinance that you can't be on the block face for more than 48 hours. And also gather some data from what we're seeing on the streets to quantify and see what the need is. And that should inform the second piece below there about what can a solution be. Now this is a piece of homelessness, but it's a very specific different piece. And so the city's done research, the county and compliance are looking at research as well from different angles to figure out together, can we figure out something to address this more effectively? Because right now, again, the goal is to help people comply with the ordinance. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're getting services or being able to move in to housing if that's what they desire. So we're trying to figure out that plan as we go along this process, if that makes sense to everybody. We are still taking reports through the city app or calls. It's being discussed at least once a week, if not more often, with all these players involved and figuring out where we put the resource, how quickly we can get there. So we don't have large numbers of vehicles kind of growing the same way we have in the past. But as always, it's about bandwidth, the number of people who are available to go out and help and address this. Primarily that's it. And then also following up consistently, because give somebody notice that they're in violation of the ordinance, you got to follow up again. So it's not just one time, sometimes it's multiple times. Although it's moving towards a one-time sort of, you got to move on from this location because you've been here a while and you're not, it's sort of a camping issue on the street. But we may need to talk about that as a city a little bit as far as the ordinance and how we address this effectively. We'll have more feedback for you going forward to say if there might be an ordinance change that should be considered or discussed, or if the current interventions and help might be effective. We'll see that as we go forward.
Great, thank you, Andrew. Council members, anybody have any questions for Andrew? I don't see any questions. Thanks for adding this piece, Andrew. I know it's been a question on people's minds, so I appreciate that update there. Rachel, did you mention that Chief Brown may have an update for us as well on some policing?
Yes, I believe so. Yep, there he is.
Yeah. Hi, Madam Chair and Council. Good to be with you this afternoon. I would like to talk with you a little bit about the OICI, the Officer Involved Critical Incident that occurred last Saturday at 1200 West and 500 North. That was the pursuit, I think, that most of us saw on the news. That was a big event that happened Saturday afternoon, and it had a big impact on our department. First and foremost, our thoughts and condolences go out to the families of the impact that were impacted by this tragic incident. It was a terrible situation. I want you to know that the investigation is still ongoing, so there's some things that I can't discuss today. But after the crash occurred, the Officer Involved Critical Incident Protocol was activated. And so what that means, Council, is that many times we think that the OICI or an Officer Involved Critical Incident is only that only relates to an officer involved shooting or a serious use of force, but these also apply to a pursuit where there's serious injury or death. And so by statute, we, the lead investigating agency for this incident, invoked or called out or put into practice this protocol call out. Our detectives, they're leading the investigation, the Salt Lake City Police Department CART team, that's the Collision Analysis Reconstruction Team. And they're still in the very early stages of this investigation. So again, once this investigation is put together, we will take the facts, the diagrams, and everything we know over to the district attorney's office for a screening. But I want you to know, in general, police pursuits, they're very dangerous. And that's why we have very strict policies and procedures on these matters. They can expose citizens, law enforcement, and the fleeing violators to serious injury or death. Our investigation into the crash on Saturday started at 12:16 p.m. The report came in as an agency assist. And again, I want to reiterate that no Salt Lake City PD officers were involved in this pursuit. The agency that initiated the pursuit was North Salt Lake City Police Department. The information that we had stated that a pursuit involving the outside agency had ended at 1200 West and 500 North. As a result of the crash, tragically, 3 people were injured and 1 person died at the scene. The call was immediately dispatched to our officers at 12:16 p.m. The first Salt Lake City PD officer on scene was a patrol supervisor, and that occurred at 12:23 p.m., so 7 minutes after the crash had already occurred. While this investigation has many components, very complex, and it still continues, I want you to know that this incident strained our resources on Saturday and how the department overcame some of these very tough challenges. A major incident like this strains our resources. It takes a lot of officers to handle a crash and an incident like this. And I want to thank the officers who were working on that Saturday morning, especially our Pioneer Division. As you may know, earlier that same morning, we had another traffic incident, critical injury, that occurred at 100 North and Redwood Road. So that kind of put us behind the curve a little bit on answering those calls for service. Shortly after they cleared, the crash on the OICI pursuit call came out. So it was kind of a back-to-back 1-2 situation. That required the officers from across the city to step in and help out in the Pioneer Division because both those incidents occurred within the Pioneer Division, Patrol Division. We had officers securing the scene. The second crash was many blocks of evidence and crime scene. So there were a lot of officers that had to hold traffic and make sure that scene was secure. They were going up to the hospital to check on the status of those that were injured, and they were taking many witness statements. In fact, on Saturday between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m., we were in Salt Lake City 35% busier with the number of calls received compared to the average number of calls received during the same time period for the 15 days prior. So for whatever reason, on Saturday, we had 35% more calls for service. We don't know why that is. But I want you to know that our officers, they pushed through. They were running call to call to call, as they always do, because of the backlog. And they had to ensure, the core function of a police department is to answer those calls for service. And that's exactly what they did. We had our officers who had volunteered to come in for patrol relief shifts. We directed our specialty squads. Those are our bike units, our motor officers, our gang units, different specialty squads that were working that day to pivot and start taking those calls for service and work through the backlog. We had officers that were working day shift that volunteered to stay late after their shifts had ended. We had officers working secondary jobs who jumped in and stepped in to help the backlog and patrol. And because of their great effort, we were able to get through that backlog while still taking the calls for service. Council, as you know, this is not sustainable though. It was a challenging day for our officers, and I'm proud, really proud of their work. They were exhausted at the end of their shift, but they came back to work on Sunday and they did it over again. And so compliments to me, to them, for a job well done. Council, this shows the staffing challenges that we are facing and what we are doing to address those issues. We still have this week 55 sworn vacancies within our department. We are in the process of hiring our police telephonic specialists. These are those non-sworn positions that are going to be dedicated to helping with telephonic calls and taking those low-level calls for service that do not require a police officer response. We expect to have them up and running by the first of the month. And this should really help ease some of the pressure off our patrol officers so they can focus on the in-progress emergencies that they need to get to dedicate themselves to. So we're working on that. We're still, the hiring sequence that we talked about last week is still in process. But I wanted to let you know these things and these situations occur. And I want you to know that the mettle of our officers are being tested, but they're answering the calls for service and they're doing us a great job each and every day. So any questions?
Garen?
I just wanted to say thank you, Chief, for that update, and thank you to the officers who were working that day. Thank you for giving us kind of a snapshot into the difficulties that you're facing. So I appreciate that. And I
Thank you,
appreciate your
Councilmember
officers.
I appreciate your kind words and support. Thank you.
I have a comment to thank you. Thank you so much for the work. How crazy. I cannot imagine the work that you guys do and our officers and all this stress and frustration and the quick decisions that you guys need to make when all these calls you receive and have to go take care of horrible accidents and other things that have happened this Saturday. I believe one of the victims as a well-known food entrepreneur, not in Salt Lake City, but in a neighboring community. And she was left, her and her husband had a business called Mims Bakery. And they had a cottage bakery in their garage. And not only they did great bread and products and everybody loved them, Thai Mims was really involved in helping communities of color, helping nonprofits, and doing a lot of things to improve the lives of others here in the Salt Lake City area. So my heart goes to Thai's husband and the 2 children that she left behind. And I just wanted to mention that and make a recognition of somebody that we lost and will sorely be missed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Council members, anything else?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Chief, I did want to ask about something I saw on Instagram, and just if you could confirm whether it's true and give any information on that. I noticed that there was potentially some hateful graffiti on the Japanese garden at the International Peace Gardens. Can you tell me anything about that? And I also just wanted to reiterate the council and mayor's statement from July that racism is a public health hazard, and hopefully we can come together as a community and be more loving of one another. But if there's any information you have on that incident, I'd love to hear more. Anything you can share, of course.
Sure. Councilmember Mono, thank you. I heard about this late Saturday evening from Senator Iwamoto when she texted me some of the pictures and her concerns. And like I said before, and I think we all stand for this, that hate crimes and bias incidents have no place in Salt Lake City. We won't tolerate them. I did confirm this just right before council that the report on this situation had been made, and it was made Monday. So we're going to look into any pursuable leads if we can find them. The gentleman that called to make that report said he was walking through the park and he noticed the graffiti on some of the monuments in the Japanese tea garden area. And he hadn't noticed them he hadn't been in there. He'd been in there in June and hadn't seen them there. So we're not sure when it occurred, but we'll look into those things and see if there's any surveillance video, or if somebody saw something, please let us know. But Councilmember Mono, I'll keep you posted, and as well as you, council, as to our progress on that. And then I want anybody within our community, if they have any information, to please call 801-799-3000 and let us know. And sometimes the very smallest things really help us in the work that we do. And again, we do not tolerate hate crimes in this community. And I think we all stand united on that front. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Council members, anything else? Thank you again for the update, Chief, and thank you to the department for and your officers for all of their work this weekend and every day. Appreciate that. Rachel, did you have anything else from the administration?
Nothing further from us. Thank you, as always, for the time.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Our next item on the agenda is an update from the Racial Equity and Policing Commission, our REP Commission, and we will hear from Allison Rowland, part of our Salt Lake City Council staff. Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two quick reminders. One is that the REP Commission will next meet on October 27th. That's a Wednesday at 5 p.m. Those meetings are broadcast through the library as they were last year. So if for people who want additional information, they can check the REP Commission website that is on the city website. So if you go to boards and commissions, you'll find it. The other thing is that Coletta and Moana from the Mayor's office will have additional information related on all the things the REP Commission has worked on and will be working on for the November 9th meeting. So that's your next meeting. There will be something much more substantial then.
Excellent. Thank you, Allison. That brings us to item number 3 on our agenda, which is a rezone at 1945 South, 1300 East. And we have Brian Fulmer from our council staff, council office policy analyst, and Annette Larson, the principal planner on this. So I think I actually see John Anderson here as well. So whoever is here, Brian is here. So I'm going to start there. Brian, I'm going to turn it over to you. There's Annette too.
Thank you. This is a proposal to amend the zoning map for the property from RMF 35 to RMF 45. The applicant would like to replace the current multifamily residential building with a larger multifamily residential development. The applicant is in the meeting and would appreciate an opportunity to address the council. And with that, I will turn it over to Pam.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Madam Chair. Brian, I think that I had sent you a presentation, or if I could have access to share my screen. Okay, great. Can we start with the next slide, please? So Salt Lake City has received a request from Max Chang with American Estate Management Corporation for an amendment to the zoning map for the property that's located at approximately 1945 South, 1300 East, rather. The amendments proposed are for potential redevelopment of the site, which would create additional residential units on the site, and which would also require the demolition of the existing residential structure. Next slide. Currently, the property is located in the RMF 35 district, or moderate density multifamily residential district. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site to RMF 45, or moderate high density multifamily residential. The site is currently occupied by a multifamily structure with 24 residential units that front along 1300 East. There's approximately 200 feet of frontage on 1300 East. Parking is located towards the rear of the site, which is accessed through a private alleyway towards the south of the property. This alley also services the offices located to the south of the subject site. The majority of the surrounding properties of the site are zoned for single-family residences, though to the south is a residential office district, which includes offices and medical services. This RO district allows for a maximum building height of 60 feet. Next slide, please. This site is also located in the Sugar House Master Plan, where it is designated as medium high density residential. This future land use designation allows for a minimum and maximum density range of between 20 to 50 dwelling units per acre. The proposed rezone to RMF 45 is within this density range, which allows for less than 32 dwelling units per acre. The proposed rezone meets this land use designation and therefore does not necessitate a master plan amendment. Next slide, please. Overall, the differences between the two districts of RMF 35 and RMF 45 are fairly minimal in regards to permitted land uses and yard requirements. The more significant difference between the RMF 35 and 45 is the difference in allowed height. The maximum building height allowed in the RMF 35 district is 35 feet, and the maximum building height is 45 feet in the RMF 45 district. Another difference is the permitted density in the RMF 45 district. The RMF 45 district, because it's a medium high density residential district, permits a greater density than the current district. Well, the applicant initially submitted a concept plan that included 46 residential units. The proposed RMF 45 district would not permit this number of units on the site. The maximum permitted in the RMF 45 district is 31 residential units, and this is based on the square footage of the site. Under the current zoning district, the maximum number of units permitted in the RMF 35 district is 20 residential units. Currently, there's 24 residential units on the site. And next slide, please. The applicant did include a concept plan of the redevelopment of the site. The purpose of the concept plan is to give the City Council an idea of the applicant's intent to rezone the site. While the concept plan is helpful for this purpose, the development is not obliged to this plan, and any development of the site would need to meet all zoning standards, including building height, parking, landscaping, access, and the allowed density of the site. And next slide. Staff has found that the petition for the zoning map amendment meets the standards and criteria in Title 21A and recommends that the City Council follow the recommendations of Planning Commission to approve the amendments. During Planning Commission meeting earlier in the summer, there were a number of comments from the public in regards to the existing condition of the site. Staff just wanted to remind the council that currently there's not any enforcement cases on the site, and the review that staff has done is based on the rezone and the development potential of the site. And Max Chang is the applicant, and I believe he's present, and I think that he also wanted to speak briefly, but I'm available for any questions council may have for me.
Thank you, Nan. Council members, Darren?
Can you go into just a little more detail of what was claimed at the Planning Commission regarding the current condition and why that was part of I assume that was part of the public feedback. Elaborate a little bit on that.
There was some concern about the landscaping of the site, how it's changed over the years, and overall the how the property's been managed. I believe some of the units had some blinds that were in disrepair within the unit, and there was some concern about that. I was out at the site, briefly, and when I was out at the site, I couldn't find any issues that would need to be enforced on. But that was some of the concerns during the Planning Commission meeting.
Was the public making a case that because of those problems with the current building, the rezone should not be approved? Is that, I guess I'm not making that jump in my head, but is that?
I can't speak for what the intent of the comments were. Those were the comments that there was concern about the continuing maintenance of the property. It's not the property is not under enforcement, and the applicant is proposing a rezone of the site, not a full redevelopment of the site at this time. I hope that answered your question as much as possible. Thank you.
Are there other questions, council members? Dan?
And Chair, just confirm it was now is going from 24 units to a max of 31 units for RMF 45.
Correct.
Okay, not the 46. So thank you very much. Just wanted to confirm that.
And also on that same note, if redeveloped, the max is actually 20 under the current zoning, right? So it's already non-conforming to the current zoning. Is that accurate? Like,
Yeah, it
current
would.
zoning applied to it allows for less than what has actually already historically been there.
Exactly. Yes, you're correct.
Wait, Darren, can you repeat that?
Well, it sounds like the building has 24 units, has historically had 24 units. I don't know exactly when the current zoning was applied or when the text of the current zoning was changed, but I assume the 90s, which would be after this building was built. And so the zoning that's now applied to it only allows for 20 units. So the building's already got more units than what the zoning would allow. And I mean, I don't know whether the zoning came first. I mean, the zoning must have changed after the fact. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to build 24 units.
So they were sort of grandfathered in, is what you're saying, to like a new zone change back then or something.
Yeah, but I mean, I assume if they were to redevelop without a zone change, they would have to go down to 20 units. Is that correct? Or is there a way to grandfather them in to 24? I don't think so, right?
I think right now we would consider it to be a legal non-conforming site. If they were to completely demolish the building, I believe that they would lose that legal non-conforming status, and they would have to bring it to the RMF 35, the current zoning district's maximum density.
Okay. Council members, any other questions? Okay, we do have the applicant. Oh, Dan?
Sorry, one more. And the parking requirements remain the same per unit.
Yes, they would.
Okay.
It looks like we do have the applicant here. Mr. Chang, thank you for being here. We do allow 5 minutes for any sort of response that you may have or comments that you would like to make. That doesn't include any questions that council members may have for you, but if you would like to take 5 minutes, we would love to hear from you.
Certainly, I'll keep it brief because I believe Nanette has been pretty comprehensive about what I wanted to say, so I don't want to be too redundant. But again, you know, we've owned this property for about 45 years, and it was built in around 1959, 1960, and so it's really at the end of its lifespan, if not beyond the end of its lifespan. And so there are a couple of reasons why we want to do the rezone. The first one is it matches the new master plan of 2001, and you know, as being part of the high density residential. And as the council members have already noted, there was some confusion that we could actually go up technically to only 31 units. And I think the application, we originally put 46, only because we actually could fit 46 and make it compatible, but we understand it's only 31. So that's probably where the confusion may have arisen. Also, we feel like this is really good, you know, a needed thing, being so close to current and future planned public transportation, as well as being so close to I-80, that the transportation can easily sustain the increase in density. Again, we're not talking like, we're not a mega, maybe using the analogy of a you know, like a Walmart versus a boutique shop. We're not going to be a big, overwhelming entity or apartment building with, you know, hundreds of units. We're only having 31 units. So that's the increased density should be easily absorbed by our current and future transportation plans. Finally, really, because of the age of the building, we've had a lot of inefficiencies related to utilities and energy. Our utility bills are on average double per unit than what it should be for comparable units in the city. And so, you know, we feel that through a new building and utilizing the technology such as PVC water pipes, solar, because our water pipes are corroding because they're all made of steel. LED lighting, so forth. So we're going to have a better installation. We're going to have much more energy efficient. And finally, you know, as a conclusion, to say that the building is going to be co-developed by an architect, developer, and contractor with expertise in multifamily housing. And with the project size and location outside the Sugar House Central Business District, I feel that we're offering a community a more boutique-like alternative, you know, adding to the diversity of apartments that we have versus, you know, the giant mega apartments. And I think that would help build the character of Sugar House. On a side note, since we brought up the blinds, it is an interesting thing about the blinds. The tenant actually took down our blinds for whatever reason and put up his own blinds that were broken. And he worked there. And then when he moved out, he took them back down, took those blinds with him, and put ours back up. So that's the strange story about the blinds. Are there any questions may I answer for you?
Thank you, Mr. Ching. Council members?
Just out of my curiosity, do we have a zoning ordinance that blinds must not be broken? Is that in our code? So that couldn't be an enforcement issue anyhow.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
It was brought up, so I just thought.
I just hadn't heard of it either. Okay, thanks.
So, and Nan may have gone over this, and I apologize if I missed it. What type of units do you have now, and what type of units are you looking at having versus 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom studios that kind of make up?
It will be similar. Right now, we do have a few studios, 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms, and some of them are a little bit larger than others and so forth. And we are looking for the same type of mix, similar mix. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
That's okay. The reason I ask is it's one thing to talk about how many units are coming online or how many increased units there are. It's another to say, well, we're expecting, you know, you could have 3 units that are studios where you'd anticipate just 1 person living, or 3 units that are 3 bedroom where you're anticipating, you know, 3 or 4 people living, right? And so that's the only reason I ask, because I feel like that might be a question that comes up for some of us, right? We talk about just it's only 7 units. It's not that much more of an increase. But then you kind of have to think of what the makeup of those units might be as we talk about the effects that the community may perceive or feel.
That's correct. There will be nothing larger than a 2-bedroom unit, and it'll be similar to the mix that we have now.
Great. Council members, any other questions here? Okay. Well, Mr. Ching, thank you so much for joining us today. Remind me if I get this wrong, Brian, but it looks like we have a public hearing on November 16th with tentative action on December 7th.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Thank you again, Nan. Thank you for being here as well. And we will move on to our next agenda item. Of course, I scrolled way too far down. Hold, please. I believe our next agenda item is the discussion regarding mosquito management. So we're a little bit early. I'm hoping that we have everyone here that we are expecting for this discussion. It looks like we do. I am just going to turn it over to Council Office Policy Analyst Sam Owen to introduce the topic and introduce the people that will be speaking to this. So Sam, take her away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Utah Physicians for a Healthy Environment, or UPHE, generated a report earlier this year documenting, among other things, the potentially harmful interactions of pesticides and other forms of life, including people. In particular, the group has raised the question of whether negative impacts to area residents from pesticides could occur from the aerial spraying activity of the Mosquito Abatement District here in Salt Lake City. The district would say this aerial pesticide activity accounts for about 10% of its total abatement activity, where otherwise the majority of its activity includes bacterial management, mostly targeted at and through standing water. This majority non-aerial bacterial abatement activity is, as staff understands it, not the critical issue for people who are most concerned with the use of aerial pesticides. The district would connect aerial spraying with public health interest and disease management. And again, UPHE has a different point of view that will be presented during this meeting, as I understand it. Council members and public might observe that while the UPHE report provides information about pesticide toxicity, the report's theory of causation regarding how that harm would occur to people from current local mosquito abatement activity is composite from existing research and not necessarily a finding of research done specifically to assess that local impact in the Salt Lake City control area. Finally, the Mosquito Abatement District has communicated to staff and community members that it's contracted with an atmospheric scientist to review the district's spraying practices and also conduct a meta review of the pertinent peer-reviewed research. The goal of the meta review is for the district to continue to assess best practices. The activities of the district are regulated by state and federal agencies. The city council does not have a formal policy or budget role in terms of the district's operations. However, the city council does appoint the district's board members. With that, Madam Chair, I'd ask to turn it over to Dr. Brian Muntz, who has worked extensively with staff, making himself and his resources available for this briefing. UPHE has also invited a couple of guest panelists from City of Boulder, Colorado, and New York University, respectively. So with that, I'd ask to turn it over to Dr. Brian Muntz, who I expect will be able to be more precise in his introduction of the guests. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And Doctor, I did just get a message that we may not have our other guests with us. I'm happy to continue going forward, or if we need to take just a quick 5-minute break to make sure that they can get logged on, however you'd like to proceed.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. Let me make some phone calls. They were told to join about 3:15, and one of them is on a whirlwind tour with the media because he published internationally acclaimed research just last week. So his time is extremely short. I'm going to call him and try and get a hold of the other one and see if we can't jump the gun here and maybe get on within about 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine, Doctor. Thank you very much. Council members, we'll just take a quick 5-minute break.
All right.
you
Actually, I'll wait until a couple of minutes to share my screen because I'm going to introduce Dr. Chasanda here in just a minute. So we're ready to get underway. If your council members are ready to go, we're ready. Thank you very much. I'm here on behalf of Utah Physicians for a Healthy Environment, an organization of about 450 Utah physicians and about 3,000 members of the lay public. Experts in children's health are calling attention to a silent global epidemic of neurodevelopmental disorders related to chemicals and environmental toxins. Utah has one of the highest rates of neurodevelopmental disorders like autism in the country. 1 in every 32 Utah boys is now diagnosed with autism. We should be doing everything we can to eliminate these kinds of toxic exposures. Instead, Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District, hereafter referred to as SlickMed, is making the problem worse. Now, to give you more information on the health hazards of pesticides and neurotoxicity in children, I'd like to introduce to you Dr. Leo Trasande, Professor of Pediatrics, Environmental Medicine, and Population Health at NYU, and is an internationally renowned leader and researcher in children's environmental health.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll just take a few minutes to provide a broad overview. I realize your time is extremely precious. My name is Leo Trasande. I'm a pediatrician and I direct the NYU Center for the Investigation of Environmental Hazards. Pesticides are among the best characterized hormone disruptors. These are hormones refer to signaling molecules our body uses to maintain healthy body temperature, metabolism, salt, sugar, even sex. And when you have those natural molecules hacked, if you will, by synthetic chemicals, you can have a host of consequences for particularly children, but all of us can be affected. When it comes to particularly organophosphorus pesticides, but also other pesticides that act via similar mechanisms, we know that the baby's thyroid hormone function is fundamentally disrupted. Some of you who've had children may know that pediatricians collect newborn blood spots. That's a heel stick at the end of the second or first day of a baby's hospitalization upon birth, and they measure the blood for genetic and other syndromes, but phenylketonuria is one of the most preventable conditions. Another is congenital hypothyroidism that we can swoop in as pediatricians and treat by replacing with thyroid hormone, because otherwise the child will go on to develop a lifetime of intellectual disability and other adverse developmental consequences. Now, at first, I was trained as a pediatrician that it's really gross dysfunction of the thyroid hormone that can be harmful for a baby's brain development. But now we know that mom's thyroid hormone function in utero is crucial, because the baby doesn't make thyroid hormone until the second trimester of pregnancy. And we know from multiple laboratory studies as well as human studies that pesticides, particularly organophosphorus pesticides, can harm thyroid function. And subtle shifts in thyroid hormone in pregnancy, this is not something an obstetrician can readily detect, can contribute not just to cognitive deficits, but autism and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And we now have multiple longitudinal birth cohorts. So these are populations of moms and children that have been followed for years from different parts of the world that find consistently decreases in cognitive tests, in IQ and intellectual quotient in relationship to prenatal exposure to these pesticides. In addition, we have studies looking at brain images of children who are highly exposed to these pesticides in utero, and they find smaller parts of the frontal and parietal cortex. These are key higher order parts of the human brain that are crucial to being high productive volume members of society that are smaller than kids who are less exposed. And that matches the cognitive deficits and other deficits that are found in highly exposed children. So you have this consistency of evidence that really provides a remarkable fit and consistency that argues for action fundamentally. Before I close my remarks, I also appreciate that there are often economic arguments made to support the use of these pesticides for a variety of reasons. And I want to voice an important counter argument that needs to be made. So when a child comes back from school with one less IQ point, no offense, the mother might not notice, pediatrician might not notice, psychologist, teacher might not notice. But if 100,000 kids come back with one less IQ point, the entire economy notices. Studies have consistently shown that an IQ point is roughly worth 2% of a child's lifetime economic productivity. And that adds up to $20,000 of money, of economic benefit over his or her lifetime. We've done a series of studies documenting the cost of pesticide exposure on the developing brains of young children, and found that these costs are on the order of $47 billion, that's a B, dollars each year. Now that's lower than other places in the world, including Europe, and there's an important story to tell there because policies predict exposure. Exposure contributes to disease, and disease ultimately costs us all. The reason that we have much lower levels in the US compared to Europe is because of a Food Quality Protection Act that requires less of these pesticides in food compared to Europe, which didn't implement those laws till much later. The cost there, 121 billion euro. That's actually bigger because the euro is a bit more than $1 these days. But that speaks to these are comparable sizes of population. That speaks to the real profound impact that you have by deciding whether or not to use toxic pesticides that can damage the developing brains of young children. So I really thank you for the opportunity. I know my colleagues will pick up other aspects of this, and I'll remain around for your questions and comments as this moves forward. And I'm really honored by the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tersande. And you'll be able to stay with us and answer some questions when we're done. Very good. I'm going to try and share my screen now. Tell me if I succeed in this. Did we succeed?
Not yet.
Amanda, could you give him permission to share?
Yes, Dr. Monch, you have permission to share. And if you'd like me, I can also share it for you.
Okay, I'm going to try again then.
There we go.
We're there?
Yes.
All right, very good. Thank you. Last spring, our physicians group prepared a heavily researched 70-page report with over 300 references, reviewed and signed by 13 physicians with environmental expertise, justifying our request that SlickMed adopt a 2-year moratorium on pesticide spraying to evaluate non-chemical strategies. We headlined these hundreds of studies with one that found aerial spraying of mosquito pesticides increased the rates of autism 37%. Extrapolating from their study to Salt Lake County is evidence that more than 77 cases of autism could be attributed to just the aerial spraying of SlickMed's operations in the Northwest Quadrant, not counting all the other pesticides and all the other neurotoxin exposures in the area. It is clear from their response, SlickMed did not really consider any of the evidence we presented. They remain undaunted and determined to continue the same thing they have done for decades, conducting an annual massive pesticide spraying campaign. This is what we were doing in the 1950s. And this is what we're doing now. And this. And about the only thing that has really changed is the trucks and planes are newer. Despite decades of research proving what a mistake this has been, we are still spreading biologic poison throughout our environment with chemicals nearly as toxic as what we were using in the 1950s. Mosquito numbers are increasing locally and nationally, and we can expect that trend to continue. Mosquito evolutionary resistance to chemicals is now an increasing worldwide problem. Note also that SlickMed intends to nearly double their tax levy on Salt Lake homeowners, and much of that will go to more pesticides and even to hiring someone to spread a favorable view of their pesticide strategy in schools and the public arena. By another name, this is a pesticide propaganda campaign. In 10 points, I'll summarize what we think you should know about this issue. Number one, pesticides in general represent a widespread risk to human health, even at low doses used by SlickMed, especially in their action as neurotoxins, especially for fetuses and infants. We are particularly concerned about SlickMed's use of airplanes to spray over 170,000 acres of the Northwest Quadrant using Naled, one of the most neurotoxic pesticides, and that has been banned in Europe. SlickMed spreads what are indisputably neurotoxic chemicals over the skies and neighborhoods of Salt Lake City through airplanes, drones, trucks, and backpacks, all with virtually no oversight. In their own in-house documents, SlickMed claims the right to exercise broad latitude to use virtually any pesticide in whatever amounts by whatever delivery system they decide. They have even intimated that they are empowered to spray directly over populated parts of the valley if they so choose, and without even any warning of the public, which they don't now, other than posting it on their website. Decisions on the risks versus benefits of exposing the public to dangerous chemicals is a complex scientific and particularly a medical issue, and should not be made by people with no expertise in public health, toxicology, or environmental toxins. That kind of autonomy, especially by unqualified people, is a profound failure of public policy. In addition to chemical toxicity, pesticide spraying is an additional health hazard because it is a significant contributor to local air pollution. VOCs contribute to both of our high volume pollutants, PM 2.5 and ozone. In case you think this is a trivial matter, recall that our own DAQ has for years been asking everyone to curb their use of hairspray and spray deodorant. Ozone is particularly hazardous to fetal development and pregnancy viability. Increases in just a few days prior to delivery increase the rates of stillbirths. Spraying has created a chemical arms race, is not effective in reducing mosquito populations long-term, and is losing its effectiveness even in the short term, and may even be counterproductive. This spring, SlickMed even acknowledged that spraying is losing its effectiveness here in Salt Lake County. Their own environmental assessment states, quote, "In many instances, the number of mosquitoes collected in some of the traps do not decrease after aerial spraying operations are conducted." So the obvious question is then, why continue spraying? Here is an ecological reality SlickMed is ignoring. Every biocide selects for its own failure. The resistance of mosquitoes to pesticides is well-established evolutionary science and has been observed in just about every country over decades. While it is common for mosquito numbers to drop a few days after spraying, the success is short-lived because a new generation, more resistant, quickly replaced the deceased. Continued use of pesticides creates resistant super mosquitoes that require increasingly toxic chemicals and higher doses to kill them. Mosquitoes that survive pesticides pass on that genetic adaptation to their progeny. If spraying is done frequently enough to reduce the number of mosquitoes, it simultaneously accelerates the evolution of genetic resistance. Resistance can develop within a single season. One study found that mosquitoes from sprayed areas tolerated 10 times the amount of pesticide as did mosquitoes from non-sprayed areas. A recent headline in National Geographic reads, "How Pesticides Can Actually Increase Mosquito Numbers." The article cites a study that shows mosquitoes evolve resistance to common pesticides, but their predators, in this case damselflies, have not. The end result is that pesticide spraying is actually counterproductive, doubling the number of mosquitoes in sprayed areas compared to unsprayed areas. The lead author of that study is Ed Hamill from Utah State University. We must not allow a cure worse than the disease. Since 2003, the entire state has seen an average of only 23 cases of West Nile virus in humans and 1 fatality a year on average. In the last decade, the total number of cases in the state is usually in the single digits. Last year, we only had 2 cases and no fatalities. This is hardly a massive public health threat. In addition, case numbers nationally and in Utah have been steadily declining for the last 15 years, despite large increases in mosquito populations. Experts predicted this because of steadily increasing population immunity. This erodes the justification for annual, aggressive, repeated, widespread spraying of biologic poison over large areas of the county. 80% of patients infected with West Nile virus develop no symptoms. About 20 develop only mild symptoms. Less than 1 in 1,000 infected patients will be left with a serious health problem as a result, with a fatality rate of about 1 in 1,500 cases. Those most at risk for neurologic complications or death are the immunosuppressed and the elderly, especially elderly males. But pesticide exposure actually increases their risk of a bad outcome because it acts as an immunosuppressant. And for the same reason, pesticides are likely to increase the risk of death from COVID. A new study shows that pesticides increase the risk of COVID through their inflammatory effect. Number 6, spraying does not reduce the incidence of West Nile virus. An analysis of rates of West Nile virus showed that in 7 cities that avoided pesticides, they actually had lower rates of West Nile compared to comparable cities that used pesticides. Pesticides also act as an immunosuppressant to small wildlife. This makes them more susceptible to encephalitis if bitten by an infected mosquito, creating a feedback loop due to more mosquitoes carrying the pathogen and spreading the disease further. Moreover, spraying can increase the biting aggressiveness of mosquitoes for up to 2 hours afterwards. Number 7, claims of pesticide safety use faulty logic and outdated cherry-picked science. Mosquito, the primary mosquito species relevant to public health is the female Culex tarsalis. They are poor flyers, normally have a range of only a few hundred yards, at the very most, under unusual circumstances, maybe 2 miles. Even then, they would have to find a new favorable breeding ground to present a meaningful risk for disease. This fact means there is an inherent contradiction in SlickMed's contention that neighborhoods are far enough away to avoid exposure to the pesticides, but at the same time, they are close enough to the breeding areas to be victimized by disease-carrying mosquitoes. So the key to preventing mosquitoes from infiltrating population centers is still eliminating standing water where people are. SlickMed leans almost exclusively on EPA approval and use of low doses for their insistence that pesticide spraying is safe for the public. With regard to the first, Utah downwinders have a long and painful history of being victimized by mistakes and laxity of government regulations. Several books and numerous articles written by EPA whistleblowers and extensive investigative reporting have revealed the disconcerting reality that the EPA has a history of specifically protecting chemical manufacturers at the expense of the public. In the entire history of the EPA, they have only completely banned 8 substances and chemicals. They haven't even completely banned lead in all gasoline. It's still used in some airplane gasoline, or all uses of asbestos. EPA approval is no excuse for SlickMed spraying. Illustrating the point, the EPA has approved 85 pesticides that have been banned or are being phased out in other countries, including some banned in countries like China and Brazil, which are hardly known as paragons of environmental protection. In fact, whistleblowers have revealed that our own EPA has been helping chemical industry lobbyists in pressuring Mexico to reverse their ban on certain pesticides. Now, against this disconcerting backdrop, it is all the more revealing then that nonetheless, the EPA prohibits the use of SlickMed's high-volume pesticide Naled, either indoors or around the exterior of homes by anyone other than a professional applicator, and just recently announced a near complete ban of chlorpyrifos, a close cousin of Naled. With regard to the second issue, if the pesticide concentration is enough to be effective against mosquitoes after a single spraying, it is probably enough to be effective in harming fetal brain development after repeated spraying. If that seems difficult to comprehend, consider this. A single drop of water contaminated with just 1 part per billion of a toxic chemical, that's about 1 drop in an entire swimming pool. That drop can contain 2.65 trillion molecules of that chemical, almost 30 molecules for every cell in a newborn baby's brain. In 2003, a report from California, Secondhand Pesticides, found that airborne pesticides routinely exceed health standards measured in the air miles from where they are released. Concentrations of 2 different organophosphate pesticides, the same category as SlickMed's Naled, were found near spray areas in concentrations up to 180 times higher than their standard allowed. Pesticides have been shown to travel thousands of miles across oceans and to other hemispheres. Pesticides sprayed in the tropics have been traced to the Arctic. This means decades of SlickMed's aerial spraying is infiltrating virtually every home and yard in the Salt Lake Valley and far beyond. Air pollution is also a major risk for all brain developmental disorders. This means that those Salt Lake communities that are on the west side near the airport, near the oil refineries and other industrial pollution, near the major freeways, and soon to be neighbors of the inland port, are already at significantly increased risk and already victims of environmental injustice. Pesticide spraying over the northwest quadrant makes that even worse. It makes no sense to expose hundreds of thousands of people, thousands of families, and tens of thousands of children to neurotoxic chemicals in a vain attempt to prevent a neurologic disease in a few dozen people. Number 8, pesticide spraying has adverse impacts on beneficial insects, bird populations, wildlife, and the ecosystem of the Great Salt Lake and beyond. It seems like we have learned nothing 60 years after Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. Poor local policy playing out in tens of thousands of locations has brought us to this global ecological precipice. Death by 1,000 cuts doesn't mean no one is responsible. It means everyone is. Tunnel vision from SlickMed contributes to this much broader problem with its use of pesticides. Number 9, SlickMed does not need or deserve to raise your taxes to increase the spreading of neurotoxic chemicals. And number 10, there are in fact better ways to control mosquitoes. To educate you more about that, I will turn the time over to Rella Abernathy, who will explain how Boulder City, Colorado manages mosquitoes without pesticides. And I will let her introduce herself in a little more detail. Thank you.
So I have some slides if Amanda can get those up for me.
Sure thing, just one moment.
So good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Rella Abernathy, and I work for the City of Boulder in Colorado. So thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today about Boulder's mosquito management program. And I'll wait just a sec so you can see I have some visuals as I'm talking to you. Okay, there we go. So Boulder is similar to Salt Lake in many ways. Both cities have similar climates, are located at the foot of mountains, and both cities are known for their outstanding natural beauty. The way that Boulder manages land has been shaped by the acquisition of open space land. Next slide, please. The city owns 45,000 acres of open space outside city limits that circles the city. You can see a breakdown of the types and acreages of properties here, and the orange box shows the types of properties where we find mosquito breeding sites. Next slide. So here are some of our mountain properties. And next slide. And here are examples of Boulder's agricultural grassland and wetland properties. So due to the amount and different types of land that we manage, the city has a staff of wildlife ecologists and plant ecologists, wetland specialists, soil health scientists, and other types of experts to manage our properties. Stewardship is important to us, like it is to other cities, but we also have a culture that encourages research to improve management practices. And we're also willing to try new things, to find solutions for social or environmental issues, and work with other local governments to learn from each other to solve the biggest and most pressing problems that we're all facing, including the biodiversity crisis. So what does Boulder's mosquito program have to do with biodiversity? And the answer is, well, pretty much everything. And why is this? All of the variety of living things, animals, plants, microorganisms, and their interactions with each other form a complex web of life. Beyond the intrinsic value and beauty of each organism, the ecosystems in which they exist provide ecosystem services, or life support systems, for us. The oxygen we breathe, filtering our drinking water, providing food, stabilizing our climate. Every aspect of our lives depends on functioning in stable ecosystems. These ecosystems have enormous monetary value, or natural capital, that's estimated to be worth trillions of dollars every year. So how serious is biodiversity decline and the degradation of ecosystem function? Next slide. In just a little over 40 years, the world has lost around 40% of terrestrial and marine vertebrate animals. Freshwater ecosystems have been the hardest hit, with over 80% decline. Frogs are the most threatened animals on the planet. Next slide. Insects are also disappearing. Though this graphic doesn't show aquatic species are among the hardest hit. And there are exceptions, a few exceptions of insects that are actually increasing. And one of these is mosquitoes. Next slide. So mosquitoes thrive under conditions that are causing a massive die-off for other insects. One of the biggest drivers of biodiversity decline is land use. So urbanization, agriculture, fragmenting and degrading natural habitat, particularly wetlands. Mosquitoes can live in very poor conditions like you see in this slide. They adapt to insecticides and become resistant, as Dr. Munch told us. Next slide. But the predators of mosquitoes, dragonflies and damselflies, aquatic beetles and bugs, the other wetland organisms, all require high quality habitat to live. They're also more susceptible to pesticides and human disturbance. Next slide. As we're facing an unprecedented decline in biodiversity, the world's scientists are sounding the alarm and calling on all of us to create concrete solutions to turn things around. A new paper from 22 institutions from academia, business, and government provides this framework that they call the 4 Rs, which is to refrain from negative impacts on nature, to reduce the damage to nature where it can't be completely avoided, and to restore and remediate any immediate damage to nature, and to renew by investing in revitalizing nature. So we have to start by examining our own actions that have led to this situation and use ecological reasoning and principles to develop new practices. And mosquito management is a good example of how this can be done, because our good intentions have led to unexpected consequences. Next slide. So what are we doing wrong? Going after mosquitoes with pesticides seems logical, but there are high costs, both economic and environmental. Mosquitoes are a symptom of how we use land. Insecticides don't fix this. So managing ecosystems and providing good habitat does. We spend a fortune on managing pests with chemicals, but pest problems keep getting worse. Next slide. And one reason is that the majority of insecticide released during fogging never hits target mosquitoes. So it's not efficient economically. Next slide. So this slide shows that regardless of chemical use, mosquito populations follow the same patterns. The blue line is the City of Boulder's average mosquito trap count. And by the way, the city has never fogged mosquitoes. And the orange bars are the rest of the county, including other municipalities that spray for adult mosquitoes and use other pesticide products to target mosquito larvae and pupae. The overall mosquito activity in the region is the biggest factor in mosquito numbers, not the amount of money spent or the amount of products used. Next slide. So in our program, larval breeding sites are mapped on city property. We have about 550 or so sites that have a breeding history. Next slide. Our contractor visits and monitors these sites regularly using standard industry protocols. Next slide. We monitor adult mosquito populations across the city and test mosquito samples for West Nile virus. Next slide. And instead of a conventional mosquito control contractor, we hire an ecological consultant. So this old flyer from Indiana shows the basis that we're using for our mosquito program, which is that biodiversity and healthy wetlands are actually natural ways of controlling mosquitoes. Next slide. So here's one of our contractors out in the field. So we work with an ecological consultant. They're aquatic entomologists and field ecologists instead of a regular mosquito contractor. And they're true partners in developing our program. So over the last few years, the team has monitored for biodiversity at every one of our mapped mosquito sites. So over 300 are surveyed monthly from May through September, and the other 200 or so are surveyed weekly the entire season. And what you see here is an aquatic net that's used to sample the biodiversity in the larval breeding sites. And the amount of diversity and the number of critters that you see is amazing. So if you look at our website, there are some videos of these samples. And the field ecologists also track amphibians, fish, and insectivorous birds. Next slide. And they also use at all of these sites a terrestrial sweep net to monitor flying insects. Many of them are mosquito predators like this dragonfly. Okay, next slide. One thing I wanted to mention is not only does protecting biodiversity maintain high ecological function in wetlands, but one of the most important ecosystems for human, which are wetlands, one of the most important ecosystems for human well-being, but you get free pest control services from it. You have live insects, birds, and bats that reproduce, move around, and actually hunt for mosquito prey, unlike chemicals that drift off and harm non-targets and have to be applied over and over again. But even with natural products like the bacterial larvicide BTI, there are impacts, and it should be used with caution. Here's one of our field crew applying a small amount of BTI to a small area that had high larval mosquito density. There are a number of studies about BTI showing ecosystem-wide impacts, from direct toxicity to non-biting midges, which are a foundation of wetland ecosystems, that then cascades up the food chain to the dragonflies that feed on the midges, to the birds that feed on the dragonflies. Next slide. But one of the most concerning effects from BTI is what it does to tadpoles at field concentrations. It disrupts their intestines and can be fatal. So the photo on the left is a normal intestine, and the one on the right is from a tadpole exposed to BTI. And as you recall, frogs are an incredibly difficult position and declining worldwide. Next slide. So this is a figure from last year from our 2020 biodiversity surveys. This data set had about 25 individual biodiversity surveys in it. And as you can see, the richer the biodiversity is, the lower the mosquito density. So the 2021 data set is currently being analyzed, and we plan on publishing the results from this work. Another important benefit of biodiversity is that high biodiversity is correlated to lower incidence of infectious disease. So we're planning to design studies to look at the correlation of West Nile virus with wetland biodiversity next year. Next slide. We're more than happy to share our protocols, the thresholds we're using, and our ecological studies with you. And I'm also happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abernathy. I would just like to summarize now on what we are asking of the council. Just three simple things, actually. Number one, support our request for a 2-year moratorium on pesticide spraying by SlickMed and developing a plan for non-pesticide strategies of mosquito control. Number two, oppose SlickMed's intent to raise property taxes. And number three, we want you to consider an ordinance requiring environmental health experts to provide pesticide oversight of SlickMed's use of their chemical strategy. And now we'd be happy to take questions, and I appreciate my guests hanging with us so they can answer some questions from the council.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you to everyone that presented. Before I open it up to questions, I do want to just make a couple of quick statements. And one is that the council really, I appreciate the asks that were given by Dr. Monick, but the mosquito abatement is a local district that is dictated by state law, for specifically Title 17B. And so the council is very limited in what, if anything, that we can do. And we have, if I'm wrong on that, I think that Katie is our city, well, I know Katie's our city attorney. I think she's here to answer any questions about the legality of the district itself and what the city council's role may or may not be. Secondly, you know, I do appreciate this, and I think one of the things I always try to talk about as our role as city council members is to provide the public with information. And we did have the mosquito abatement team come and present to us a few months ago. And I think this is sort of the flip side of that coin. And this simply is to provide information to the public. But I wonder, Katie, and I'm sorry to sort of put you on the spot, but if you can talk a little bit about the local district and sort of the role of the city council, and then just so that the public who's watching understands where we are and why we did this. And really it was to provide information to the public, which is one of the roles of the council, in my opinion. And so there's Katie. Again, sorry to just sort of put you on the spot, but maybe you can just give a brief overview with this, and then I will open it up to council members for questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council Chair Fowler. And just a reminder that the Mosquito Abatement District is a separate legal entity that was created under Utah law with a specific purpose. They are not controlled by the city. Their ability to raise property taxes is not controlled by the city council either. They have the authority to do that separate from the city council, although as you recall, they were required to come and present to the city council, which they did. And the one role that the city council has, which I think was mentioned earlier, is the appointment of the board members on the Mosquito Abatement District. But beyond that, it is not an entity that is controlled by the city or in any way regulated by the city. And in fact, state law specifically preempts the city, so overrides the city's ability to regulate the application of pesticides. So, you know, the constraints on local government in this case are significant. And that's probably an important place for the council to start with as you think about your questions.
Can I respond to that very briefly? We are very aware of those constraints. We're primarily asking for support from the council, realizing that there are limitations on what they can do. However, we'd also like to know if the council appoints members of the board, can they ask for the resignation of members of the board?
Katie, I guess that would be a legal question.
Council Chair, off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that. I'm happy to provide that information to the council and get back to you on it.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Katie. With that, unless anybody, well, I'm going to ask Katie to stick around in case we have some other questions just regarding that part of it. But any questions from council members at this time? Cindy popped on real quick, and so I'm gonna, if you have a comment.
Just to be careful, we have to stick with the same format for each of your briefings. And so we have never in the council meetings opened the door for a back and forth or debate, just response to questions. So just hate to be a stick in the mud, but reminding you of that protocol. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Chairman Fowler, can I just briefly say that our guests are actually world-renowned experts, and I would certainly encourage the council to ask any questions they have of these experts in their field. These are outstanding, internationally recognized experts.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. I believe that you've mentioned that a few times, and I appreciate that. And I will allow and appreciate any question from council members, but I do appreciate what Cindy said, and I'd like to stick to the format of how we go about our council meetings, which is responses to questions. With that, I will open it to council members for questions. Yeah, I have Dan, then Anna, then Chris.
Thank you very much for the presentations. As far as the aerial spraying, we spray a lot of the area that's uninhabited. So and maybe I need to simplify things for myself, but I look at the super mosquitoes and the pesticide-resistant mosquitoes. We're part of the statement saying that if we were to reduce the spraying in the marshlands between the Great Salt Lake and the population, we could actually, the mosquito population would go down, or is that just a leap of inference? And I would probably, I'm not sure who's the right person to answer that. Maybe Rella?
Well, what we do is, as ecologists, is we look at rules of thumb. What we typically see, how we see ecosystems react to certain interventions or stressors. And so insecticides are a stressor to ecosystems. And just like the bodies of people are contaminated with multiple different synthetic chemicals, the same thing is true of our ecosystems. And that's one reason why data is important, and a lot of data has not been collected around this question of the impact of adult mosquito sprays on ecosystem function. And so that's one reason we're collecting all of that data in Boulder. But one of the most important things you can do, for overall ecosystem function, including, keeping mosquitoes lower, is to enhance ecosystem health. And one way you do that is not to stress them out even further with synthetic chemicals that have totally, and you don't know what the consequences are going to be once you release them into these very complex systems where you have whole levels of different organisms, feeding on algae, and then competing with each other, feeding on each other. So you could never say for sure, like if we stop spraying, we're not going to see lower mosquito numbers, but we're seeing definitely the converse, that when you keep treating, we're seeing more and more decline of insects, birds. We're down 3 billion birds now in this country, a third of the birds. And if we keep doing this, we're going to have such a collapse of ecosystems that we're not going to be able to even maintain basic ecosystem services that keep our communities well.
Madam Chair, one follow-on question.
Yeah,
So if you were to reduce the spraying or stop the spraying, does that take a couple years, or is that a decade, or would you see a change fairly quickly? And maybe I'm.
Usually these systems are pretty resilient. The good thing about insects is that they reproduce quickly, and some of these aquatic insects are doing poorly for a number of reasons, including the changes in extreme weather and climate, and multiple other factors. But if you really focus on protecting those areas, keeping contiguous habitat protected, that connectivity is really important, and reducing whatever stressors you can. We usually see a rebound pretty quickly. The important thing is monitoring. And one thing I like to point out to you guys is that we're paying exactly the same amount we paid for our program before with all of these biodiversity surveys we're doing, because we found a contractor who's excellent at this work and who's really committed to providing information that can really help us manage ecosystems better. So I think anybody who tells you that something's going to happen one way or the other is not being honest, or not understanding the complexity of these systems. But it's worth trying, and for doing some monitoring to see how it responds, and getting some baseline data now. If you're going to continue spraying and treating with BTI, I would get some baseline data so you have some kind of idea what you're seeing.
Thanks very much, Dr. Abernathy. Appreciate that.
Can I mention one other thing in response to Dan's question? There's also a phenomenon called priming, which involves mosquitoes when they're exposed to pesticides. It also makes them, when they evolve resistance to pesticides, they also evolve resistance to other stressors. So that in fact, they survive not only the pesticides better than they did before, but they also survive other forms of environmental stress better than they did before. And that's one of the reasons why pesticide exposure contributes to resistance among mosquitoes.
Thank you, Doctor. I believe, Anna?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, doctors, for all this information, how amazing science and the results that you guys are obtaining, and all the information that we are being acquainted with. I had a more general question about what other cities in the country have safer mosquito abatement programs that you feel like those are appropriate, that if our district would like to change the way they could look at.
Take that one. Doing what we're doing in Boulder may be a step too far for a lot of cities, but there are other examples. And where we were before we started this recent update to our program is similar to what Madison, Wisconsin does. And they laugh at people like us in Utah and Colorado when we say we have high mosquito numbers, because up there in the Great Lakes region, they have serious mosquito issues. Even then, they don't spray for adult mosquitoes at all. And it is a state law, a requirement. You have to go to the DNR to get a permit to use BTI, the larvicide. And they only allow it to be used for Culex mosquitoes, the ones that can potentially transmit West Nile. And that's the way our program used to be, and still is to a large degree. So when our techs go out there and they have those cups on the end of the sticks where they dip to monitor mosquitoes, one of the really cool things about Culex is just happenstance, is that you can tell with your naked eye, if you're trained, the difference between them and the other types of mosquitoes. They have a long siphon that they stick up to get air and it's angled. And so our techs have always been trained to tell the difference between Culex and non-Culex, and don't treat for nuisance mosquitoes because they don't have the potential to carry disease. And that's what Madison does, and all of Dane County. And everybody in Wisconsin, they can't get a permit to treat anything but Culex mosquitoes, and they have to get a permit from the state to do that. So that's one way you can really cut back on the inputs going into the system and still feel like you're doing something to control Culex. And by leaving those other species of mosquitoes there that don't, the nuisance mosquitoes that aren't vector mosquitoes, there's competition. And so you have fewer Culex mosquitoes and more of the others. And then the little non-biting midges, those are the chironomid little aquatic flies that are really similar to mosquitoes. They don't bite us. They're food for amphibians and fish. And they crowd out the mosquitoes, make it less likely we're going to have disease, feed our ecosystems, and to really make a difference. And that's something that could be done pretty easily, right away, where you would be, if there's state law or some kind of mandate for controlling disease mosquitoes, you can do that and still start repairing your ecosystems.
Thank you so much. Chris?
I'm just wondering, are there any states, I know that the doctors had talked about the EPA not banning these chemicals. Are there any state governments that have banned them that we could look to?
Dr. Tresende, are you aware of any states that have banned some of these pesticides?
There are 3, New York, California, and Hawaii.
And what have they banned specifically?
The organophosphate pesticides.
Okay. And are there, sorry, this is more of a government question, so I appreciate that we have some great scientific minds with us, but in terms of implementing this or implementing, any of these suggestions, is this something that usually is done like from a municipal level, or does this require a change in the state law before municipalities can implement it in these jurisdictions that have, like in Colorado, or even in Wisconsin?
Well, it depends on what you're asking. Is the things that we're all preempted from doing by state law, Utah and Colorado, is as local governments, we can do what we want on our own properties, but we couldn't have a ban or restrict chemicals in any way on private property. That's something we're trying to change in Colorado. It's been on our legislative agenda in Boulder for a while, and would have got it passed during the COVID legislative year, except we had the votes, but the legislative session shut down. So that's one question. I mean, as far as I don't know if you have laws at the state level that require mosquito control at a certain level. Like in Boulder, we're not part of the mosquito district. We opted out of that, so we run our own program, pay for it, design it ourselves. But the rest of the county is part of a mosquito district that has a tax. So I think it depends on how your government's structured. And I don't know what kind of authority you have. Your attorney could help you with that. But there's always the possibility of, suggesting or recommending, public health safety measures or environmental health measures if the public's in support of it.
Right. I just, what I think is important is when we set, when we have these proceedings and when we set expectations among residents, I don't want them to walk away thinking, oh, the council heard this and then now they're going to act to do that when we don't have that authority. And I don't want them to walk away with that impression, feeling like they've been misinformed. So what I'm interested in is how to direct constituents' concerns in the most effective way. And I wonder if other municipalities that have done this, if they've if it's began at at the city council level, or if it's advocacy efforts have begun at the state level to allow cities to have more flexibility, and then to build information and off of allowing cities to have more flexibility and showing that there are alternative methods. Because it sounds like that's what you've done in Colorado. And it sounds like in Wisconsin, there are they have a little more flexibility too, because of their ban or their use of these chemicals just on larvae instead, as opposed to adult mosquitoes. So that's what I'm trying to think through and understand is how do we take this citizen interest in doing something here and direct that towards direct that in the most effective way, versus creating the impression today that we can do something that we can't do. If you have any insight on that, great. If not, don't feel like you have to comment.
Can I mention one thing in response to that? We have access.
Sorry, I kind of wanted to hear from Dr. Abernathy first.
Oh, sure.
Just about because of her involvement with government, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen. I'm always contacted by cities across the country because not just our mosquito program, but the way we manage our IPM program and pesticides. We have an approved pesticide list, and pretty much every pesticide's banned on city property. We only have a handful that are allowed in certain circumstances. So I've seen things go both ways. I've seen the residents come to city council and demand change and get that to happen. I've seen it happen from staff initiative. I've seen it happen from elected officials, saying we're going to, Montgomery County, Maryland's a good example of that, where the elected officials decided that they were going to implement changes and directed their staff to do it, and then worked with scientists and nonprofits to help them develop the solutions. So there's a whole range of ways it can be done, and each place has their own culture and their own values and their own governmental systems. And there's always a way to make positive changes if people are committed to doing it. It really needs coordination among everyone, among the elected officials, the staff especially, and the community. So from a staff perspective, and having seen things failed in other places, it's really important to involve your staff and really empower them and provide them with the resources they need to make these types of changes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, did we have any other questions for our presenters today? Or any comments from council members? I think that to Chris's point, just knowing sort of how preempted we are here in Utah, when like I mentioned at the beginning of our question and answer session, part of what I think our job is to provide information and allow the public to hear. We have a good forum here to provide information, and we had one side of the coin and the other side of the coin. But to your question, to your thoughts, Chris, I think for me it's really about people advocating at that state level, because
You're frozen.
Oh, uh-oh.
We lost our chair.
Hold on just a second. She might be coming back. I can see the wheel spinning. Okay. Cindy, should I start oh, sorry, Councilmember Farrar. I'm just gonna chair until Amy gets back. Councilmember Ferris, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Wharton. In the meantime, I would just like to comment that I'm certainly very excited to have gotten this information and very interested in hearing more about what we as a city council can do to impact this situation. Representing the West Side right now, it's definitely very important to me to see that we can ensure the safety of our children and, you know, all of our residents moving forward. So thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions from council members? Okay, well, I want to thank Dr. Monch for being with us, also Dr. Abernathy and Dr. I'm sorry, I'm trying to scroll and find your name. Oh, I think we lost our other expert as well. But I do very much appreciate you being here to answer these questions, and thank you for your time.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
And it looks like we have the chair back.
Suddenly everyone disappeared. So I don't know where we were, Chris, but
I just thanked our guests for being here, and we were about to move on to the next agenda item.
thank you so much. And thank you to our guests as well, but I think they all hopped off. Actually, our next agenda item is a break until 4:35. We are a little bit early, but that gives us a little bit longer break. So thoughts? Everybody okay with a little bit longer break right now? Great. We will see everybody back at 4:30.
you.
ready. Oh, Rosie, stop. To move to agenda item number 6, which is an informational briefing on the Sorensen Impact Center Social Investment Study and recommendations. I'm going to start with council staff. Jennifer Bruno, our council deputy director, and we will go from there. So take it away.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think in this intro, I'll focus on maybe kind of the more like logistical aspects of this proposal, and then we can turn it over to the administration to go over the proposal itself, the project itself. So just from a logistics perspective, in budget amendment number 7 of 2020, the administration requested and the council funded a partnership with the Sorensen Impact Center, which is housed at the University of Utah, to research and propose the most impactful ways to invest city dollars. The intention being to lay the groundwork for the city's, what would be the city's first social impact investment or social impact bond program. At the time, the administration indicated that the objective would focus specifically on improving upward mobility for West Side residents. The proposal for the council today asks for another $150,000 from general fund balance to enable the Sorensen Impact Center to continue this work and to finalize some of the potential program details. Additionally, the administration is asking that the council set aside approximately $10 million from the city's American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, dollars, so that the council can consider allocating these into a restricted account at the conclusion of this next phase, should the council and city be comfortable moving forward with the project. These dollars would be combined with private and philanthropic dollars to implement potential programs. And I'll leave it to the administration to get into more detail on that. The Sorensen Impact Center, just to orient the council to some of the paperwork in the packets, has provided a flow chart with a description of how funds could flow if this program is pursued. That's attachment 1 to the staff report. And then in terms of the overall proposal for the rest of the ARPA funding, the administration has given the council a transmittal, and that will be scheduled for a briefing on November 9th. Some of the logistical parts of this proposal will actually be processed in budget amendment number 4, which will also be discussed on November 9th. So this is sort of a separate standalone briefing, but some of the logistical elements you'll see trickling through future budget amendments. Because this is the first time that the city's considered using this tool, staff has worked through a number of questions with representatives from the Sorensen Impact Center and economic development staff, and has listed some of those questions for council reference. So with that, I will turn it over to the administration to take us through the proposal. And I see the mayor on, as well as some representatives from the Sorensen Impact Center. So I'll leave it to them to decide who's next.
Thanks, Jennifer. And I want to thank the council staff for working with us, asking great questions, and helping to begin the vetting of this kind of, I think, a bold new concept for the city to take on. And I want to, I'll start, of course, I'm going to be right up here for just a second, and then Ben Collender will give you an introduction to this pursuit and the partnership with Sorensen, and then they are going to have a great presentation for you about the tools that they have been contemplating on our behalf. So at the beginning of my time as mayor, I asked our economic development team what was the most impactful investment that we could make for the long-term economic well-being of our city as a whole, but also to make those tangible connections to growth and opportunity that are happening in the city, but for the parts of our population that aren't already connected to those opportunities. And they were really wise in saying that we don't really know exactly what the answer is to that question yet. So can we do some digging and some partnership research? And thank you, council, for helping the funding on phase 1 of that to happen with Sorensen. It was really that broad of a question that we asked, and I was thrilled actually when Sorensen came back and told my administration what they're about to show to you. And yesterday at the press conference around my recommendations to you for the rescue plan dollars for Salt Lake City, after we take care of the city's financial foundation, this is the next largest request,
which is, of course, as you know, $10 million for us to set aside at this time while we hopefully get the funding for phase 2 of research and get into really what is the best financial tool. Perhaps it's a bond. It also may not be a bond, but regardless, it would be a social impact investment of some sort. And while I work, hopefully we work together to leverage these dollars into many times more than that, and be able to scale this to a truly catalytic level of connecting these opportunities for the youth of our lower opportunity census tracts as defined by HUD in Salt Lake City to high quality early childhood education, childcare, and be able to create in those same neighborhood-based centers workforce training opportunities for the parents of those kids, and this wouldn't be, as I imagine, new apprenticeships, or rather new apprenticeship programs, but we would be doing what Salt Lake City has done through other partnerships and through the state's apprenticeships pipeline, the trades and the opportunities there that I know that our local unions are also hungry to have people come and tap into these high paying and really economically resilient jobs in the trades as well. So connecting people to really good, stable, and mobile jobs is part of our goal here. And I'll hand it over to Ben Collender. Thanks for giving me this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair and Council as well. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with the Council about the social impact study that we've been working on with the Sorensen Impact Center. You know, Salt Lake City is privileged in a way to have an economy that's envy of the nation. We have a growing economy that's rapidly growing. It has high levels of social capital, which are great for economic mobility. Those strengths don't reach everyone in our economy, and we knew that, and that's part of the engagement with the mayor early on in the pandemic to say, how do we look at having that economic opportunity spread in a more equitable way? As the City Council may be aware, the city contracted, and as several have mentioned, with the Sorensen Impact Center to look into this, to identify the gaps, specifically within the context of the city's index for equity as stated by the master plan, which is the Opportunity Index score. So we asked the Sorensen Impact Center to take a look at the score for equity, and within that context propose and do some research behind what would actually move the needle in a most equitable way for the city and our residents. So this project is broken up into 2 phases. The first phase really is looking into what are the interventions that came back as a result of this research, and that's the phase 1. Whereas phase 2 really looks into what are the potential financing structures for this, and that's broken up into 2 parts as well. And I've said this before, I almost wish we would have called this phase 2 and phase 3, but we call it phase 2A and 2B just because of how some of the grant funding worked out to have this funded, the first portion funded separately. So the synopsis behind 2A is really looking into how do we collaborate and gain consensus around a financing structure, whereas phase 2B is really building that out once that consensus has been achieved. So with that, I'd just like to thank again the mayor, the council, and the Sorensen Impact Center for all the work done thus far. And I believe Kira is all teed up and ready to present from the Sorensen Impact Center, as well as Janice. And I believe they have the opportunity to share the slides, and I'll hand it off to them for the presentation on the findings of phase 1.
If not, oh, there we go. Amanda, there we go. She's sharing. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ben. I just want to say thank you to everyone. It's been a long process, and we are so excited to be here. You know, a special thank you to Salt Lake City Department of Economic Development's team. We've had a countless back and forth, as well as Mayor Mendenhall's team and the City Council staff. So I will just go ahead and dive in. I know it can be a little rough at 4:45 on a Tuesday after a long meeting. So hopefully we can dive in and be available to answer questions to follow. So next slide, please. So just really quickly, here's an overview of what we will be discussing today. First off, a bit of background and context around the project, which I think Ben and Mayor Mendenhall have already covered quite well, so I will be brief. We will provide a summary of our method and findings, as well as outline the potential solution that we've identified, and then a path towards implementation. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So just a bit of background on the Sorensen Impact Center. The Sorensen Impact Center is housed at the David Eccles School of Business within the University of Utah. We like to say that we are a think and do tank. We do a lot of thought policy work as well as the implementation. You know, we're really uniquely positioned. We have a world-class data science team that really enables some of our policy as well as investment experts to come up with innovative solutions in the social impact space. Next slide. Oh, I suppose, sorry, I should introduce myself. I'm Kieran Clark. I'm a manager at the Sorensen Impact Center. I've been here for about 3 years, and I am also on with my colleagues, Janice Dubno, a managing director at the Sorensen Impact Center, as well as Allison Nicholson, a director at the Sorensen Impact Center. So a bit of background, just in summary, this phase 1 work that we performed in partnership with Salt Lake City Department of Economic Development has been in progress for about a year, a bit over a year. And it was really inspired by some of the events that were happening at the beginning of COVID, as well as with the social equity movement, and then the kind of follow-on effects of the economic downturn after the COVID-19 pandemic. So what we did was we teamed up with the Salt Lake City Department of Economic Development to review their priorities and goals, specifically using the Opportunity Index score, which is the benchmark used by the department to measure progress. We've also taken into account Mayor Mendenhall's 2020 plan for Salt Lake City and the priorities laid out in that plan, as well as the equity, inclusion, and belonging and geographic equity transition memo within that plan. Next slide. Next slide, please. So about our method and process, as I mentioned, this has been about a year-long process. We performed several different tasks, first of which was a literature review where we performed comprehensive review of all of most of the existing needs assessments, reports, interviews, as well as existing initiatives throughout Salt Lake City to really establish a baseline of where we were at, as well as where existing initiatives had pulled data, performed analysis, and conducted interviews. Following that literature review, we conducted a data review and analysis, which was really focused on breaking down the different metrics included and feeding into the Opportunity Index score, which I'll get into a bit later, and putting the census tracts of Salt Lake City in context of that Opportunity Index score to see where we currently are, as well as where we have opportunities for improvement upon that score. Following the data review and lit review, we conducted a landscape analysis to see what existing programs there were, as well as partners within Salt Lake City that were addressing some of the metrics and outcomes that we are looking at in the Opportunity Index. And then we began conducting some initial discussion with local service providers who are really closest to the ground, working with these communities every day, to see where we see opportunities for improvement, as well as opportunities to take advantage of potential social impact investment. Next slide, please. So here, I will not go super into depth on the Opportunity Index. So as you can see, there's many metrics flowing up into the score itself. But basically how it's set up is there are 4 dimension scores: economy, community, education, and health. Those are all equally weighted within the overall Opportunity Index score. Within those, there are indicators, as you can see below each of them, that feed into that score, and as well, those are all equally weighted. So in the context of the discussions that we were having with Salt Lake City Department of Economic Development, and really looking into the priorities that impact economic well-being as well as access to economic opportunity, in other words, economic mobility, we identified specifically opportunities within the economy and education dimension scores. That being said, we have identified interventions that will focus on economy and education, but also having impact on community and health scores of Salt Lake City. Next slide. Additionally, within the context of racial and ethnic equity within Salt Lake City, we have explored the different factors that can influence racial and ethnic disparity within Salt Lake City. As we know, those include many different factors such as intergenerational wealth transfers, demographic factors in terms of how old different age groups are, marriage, household size, etc., as well as earnings per worker. These are just some examples. There are many factors that are contributing to some of the racial and ethnic disparities that we see in Salt Lake City as well as across the nation. And we did attempt to pursue this study and research with an eye towards methods to improve greater equity within Salt Lake City. Next slide, please. So to discuss some of our key findings, what we did was break down all of those metrics and then identified a few areas where we were seeing significant differences throughout the city. So first off, we see a concentration of our communities of color, particularly along and west of I-15, as you can see in City Council Districts 1 and 2. Similarly, we have a rapidly growing young population in those same districts. About 75% of the school-age children, so under 5 and 6 to 17, those are about 75% of those children along west of I-15 are children of color. And so you can see we not only have more diverse communities along and west of I-15, but also younger communities and faster growing communities. When we put that in the context of education and economy, we also see something interesting. City Council Districts 1 and 2 have lower bachelor, secondary, post-secondary enrollment, lower high school graduation rates, as well as lower proficiency rates when looking at K through 12 education outcomes. Coinciding with the economic factors, we see much lower median household income in those same districts. Next slide, please. So what do all these factors mean when we kind of mix them all together? You know, I presented the most kind of pressing and stark differences. However, what we see happening along I-15 and west of I-15 are generational periods of poverty. And so what does that mean in terms of really making sure that we have economic mobility opportunities equitably in Salt Lake City? It means we require solutions that will disrupt that generational pattern of poverty. As you know, something that's kind of interesting when you think about economic mobility, children who grew up in poverty, even if it's just for a few years, are more likely to live in poverty later in life. Similarly, along that same veins, children who have never lived in poverty are 10 times more likely to complete a college degree on time or by 25. So these cycles continue to build on themselves. And I think the best way that we can make sure that our communities have equitable access to the growth that Salt Lake City has experienced, as well as our low unemployment, is to make sure that they're set up to succeed. The methods to do that require multi-generational solutions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So now I'll dive in a bit of some of the solutions and opportunities that we're seeing to really disrupt that pattern. First off, I want to say that there's no silver bullet. You know, I think when it comes to economic development, there's many approaches, many styles. That being said, I think the stark disparities that we're seeing just on a census tract by census tract basis in Salt Lake City do require targeted and intentional solutions that are looking at rebuilding a generation and offering opportunities to the youth that are coming up through that pipeline. So first, we've identified, we'll outline a series of 4 different programs that we see to begin to address some of these problems and challenges. The first is workforce development opportunities. We have identified a specific program that is looking at young adults, so high school graduates that are maybe have not completed a post-secondary degree, but are below the annual median income, and primarily residents living along and west of I-15. We've also identified a specific program that targets single mothers or heads of households. Our target outputs would be to improve high school graduation, post-secondary enrollment, and employment opportunities. And then the target outcomes for this program would be improving wages and income, reducing income inequality, and greater financial stability. All of those factors you can see, or thinking back to the previous map on the previous slide, you can see some of those disparities. So this would be focusing on the parents of those families to begin disrupting that pattern. To support the children in the next generation, we've proposed a series of interventions to support early care and education, as well as home visiting. We can get a bit more into the details on some of the outcomes that we expect to see from these programs, but we do know that by investing in education early on, we will improve education outcomes for in terms of high school graduations, as well as outcomes later in life. Next slide, please. So together, these interventions, here you can see, tracking back to the Opportunity Index score, they will address over half of the indicators, not just in the economy and education score as we focus on, but also addressing factors in the community and health scores. And in terms of intentional impact investment and where we can put those dollars, being able to impact over half of the indicator metrics being used in the Opportunity Index is a huge opportunity to improve that overall score. Further, by addressing multiple generations, by focusing on not just the children or not just the parents, but the family unit as a whole, we will begin to rebuild multiple generations and begin disrupting that pattern of multi-generational poverty. Next slide, please. So in the context of our research, as mentioned, we've identified 4 programs to effectively meet the goals and priorities of Salt Lake City Department of Economic Development in improving the city's Opportunity Index score. Further, we have also identified opportunities to address some of the Mayor Mendenhall's goals for the goals and priorities of the city for 2020, as well as meeting some of the goals in improving equitable economic opportunity throughout Salt Lake City. To provide just a bit of context and context around the potential size of these programs, just both in terms of costs as well as target population size, we have provided some very conservative cost estimates. I do want to caveat that these numbers are not final at this point. That's really phase two and A and B work, in which the center will conduct a full feasibility assessment, and we will work in very close partnership with the service providers as well as the communities that they serve to measure, to begin to better understand what the eventual output and outcomes will be of these programs. Next slide, please. So here is a breakdown of the, I think we're, we might be going back. Oh, perfect. Oh,
Sorry
yes.
about that.
No problem. So there's a lot of information on this slide, and I hope that you all have had a chance to look through briefly before. But here's an overview of the interventions that we have proposed as opportunities to achieve some of the goals outlined at the beginning of this presentation. First, we have a workforce development program. We will be targeting well, and let me explain how this table reads really quickly. So the number in the third column, those are the targeted number of individuals served over the 5-year intervention period. So these programs will target to have an implementation period of 5 years, and then a repayment period of 9 years. So the first is workforce development. We will target 845 individuals over those 5 years. And there will be additional impact to the families since those programs will be primarily targeting single mothers or heads of households. Next, we have 2 discrete programs within the pre-K space targeting 3 and 4-year-olds, particularly at risk 3 and 4-year-olds. And we are anticipating at least 640 children will be served by those programs with potential impact for additional, and then 1,700 by the other program. So this is about an estimate of about 33% of the total need in Salt Lake City through those 2 programs. And then the final intervention that we have proposed is a home visiting program targeting LMI families prenatal and with young children. We're targeting a target population size of 1,000 families over 5 years. And so those are the four specific areas. And again, we can dive into a bit more detail in later slides as well as in the question period. Next slide, please. So here's a bit of the breakdown, just in a bit clearer format rather than the table. So you can see the total costs of the programs, as well as the cost to manage the programs, as well as evaluate and have accountability and transparency upon achieving the anticipated outcomes of the programs. We get a total estimated social impact investment cost of around $37 million for these programs. Of which we are hoping that 10 million will come from the city itself. Next slide, please. So we view this, we set the stage as a social impact investment as a way to really leverage city dollars and leverage those to access private funding. As Ben mentioned, we will be targeting private funders and philanthropic dollars to fill out the remainder of this cost beyond the city's contribution. This will be an impact investment period of 9 years, with the programs being served for in implementation for 5 years. Next slide, please. Our team up until now has primarily focused on the social impact investment opportunity with a total project cost of $37 million. However, the administration has discussed potential opportunities for broader outside funding, in which case we provided some guidance on how that could be used to support additional wraparound and complementary services for these 4 interventions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Great. And I'm almost done, so you guys don't have to listen to me talk for too much longer. But just in terms of looking forward, our transition to phase 2, we have, as Ben mentioned, phase 2 is split up into 2 different pieces. Phase 2A will take approximately 2 to 4 months. That's where we will begin to conduct the full feasibility assessment, and really fine tune all of the estimates and cost assumptions, et cetera. And then phase 2B will take approximately 6 months to complete, in which we would look to finalize transactions and I will not bore you with with all of the details of the different elements of work that'll go into those 2 phases. Next slide, please. And then that's all I have. I wanted to make sure that this presentation wasn't too in the weeds, and so we could make time for questions and be available for anything that might be useful to know. So thank you again for your time. You know, we're at Sorensen Impact Center. We are so excited. You know, as we've mentioned to the city, the Department of Economic Development so many times, and Mayor Mendenhall, you know, it's fantastic to see have an opportunity to present some innovative thinking around some of these, I think, areas that can be a bit more off the radar for priorities of cities. But, you know, we just really appreciate the opportunity to think intentionally about opportunities for long-term change in Salt Lake City, as well as how we could more equitably take advantage of the growth that we're experiencing now.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was great, actually. So I could keep listening to you talk, but I do appreciate giving some time to the council members to be able to ask some questions. I don't know if Ben wanted to follow up with anything, or if you will want me to just open it up to council members for questions at this time, and then people can jump in where they feel it most applicable to answer, whoever's most qualified to answer. Ben?
Madam Chair, I have no follow-up, and we can proceed straight to questions.
Great. Council members, questions?
I have questions.
Yes, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Kyrene, and Ben and Mayor. This is awesome. I think it's going in a good direction. I just want to understand exactly how do these interventions work? Like, what is it exactly happening? How are you guys reaching individuals? Who is going to do that work? You know, on the ground, what's happening? What can we expect to happen? Because obviously all of these things that you mentioned are great, and I'm sure we're all supportive of it. I just want to understand the day-to-day on the ground. What are the neighbors going to get?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Valdemoros. I'd like to have Sorensen maybe chime in on this one in terms of the program structures and the fact that none of these are intended to be new programs, but scaling existing programs, and maybe they want to touch on that briefly.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Councilwoman, for the question. As Ben mentioned, these programs are operating, but there's a large gap in terms of the eligible population that they could be serving. So how it would happen, so for instance, with preschool, what this funding would allow is for these programs to serve even more children within Salt Lake City borders. Same thing with home visiting. There's a couple of home visiting programs operating here in the state. This funding would target Salt Lake City residents solely. In terms of workforce, this would be bringing to scale a very promising pilot program that has been in existence for a short amount of time but is having great outcomes. So the programs would be responsible for enrolling participants. We would not be reinventing the wheel. There would be a project manager that keeps track of enrollment and makes sure that the programs are all reaching their targets. So there would be advertising for these programs, and most of these programs already have referral networks. They know how to reach participants, and really what they lack is funding to go to scale.
Okay, so can you bring me down to the home visiting?
Sure.
My Family's Prenatal and with young children. Like what's happening? What are these programs that you're talking about? How do they work? Who are they? How do they reach families?
Sure.
What do the families get? Is it just counseling? Is it
No, it's
access to care? What's
Sure, sure. So what we've identified is a nurse home visiting program, and they enroll pregnant single mothers, low-income mothers. They do it through a number of referral networks. Sometimes it's through TANF, sometimes it's through the health system. And so they develop referral networks where if a mother, a young pregnant mother, meets the eligibility criteria and she's at risk either for poor birth outcomes, child maltreatment, adverse economic outcomes, she will be referred to this program. There will be an intake. And if she just, and this is all voluntary, so if she decides to enroll, there's a trained nurse will come visit her. I believe it's 2 to 3 times a month. And she will work with her on, if she's smoking, stopping smoking, making sure she's doing everything she needs to have a healthy birth weight baby and not a preterm birth baby. They will work with them to teach them about parent-child interactions. So once the baby is born and through the age of 2, they work with the mother to make sure that she is building that relationship with the child that we know is foundational to the family and the child's success, and also has a great track record in reducing instances of child maltreatment. They also work with the mother on their educational goals and on their employment goals, so they have good outcomes in terms of increasing educational attainment, employment, and increase in wages.
okay? Thank you. And then on the other ones, workforce development, for example, what's that about?
And so, Kira, do you want to take that one, or do you want me to?
Yeah. So, thank you, Chairwoman Baldemoros. I think Janice was beginning to get to some of the benefit and value of these programs, in that it does help begin to create the pipeline of individuals that will be referred. So specifically for the workforce program, we've identified a program that's been in play for several years. They get most of their referrals through DWS. And so we would be looking to expand that pipeline. Within that program, they are providing a certificate. We haven't fully fleshed out the details, and we'll work with employers on what that program, the training specifically would be, but it will be certificate focused. So ideally they would come out with credentials following the program, as well as career placement services, and then additional service support in accessing some of these other programs that are available. And so just focusing on multi-generational, you can see a bit how we're hoping to get individuals that might have access to multiple programs to better enable the family unit as a whole. And so you have the parents having access to opportunity as well as the children.
Okay, so the funds would go, I'm sorry to get so nitpicky. I'm sorry, Chairwoman. Fowler.
These are
It's just, so I just wanted to fully understand. So these funds are going to the Sorensen Center, and you guys going to send it to the service providers so that they can hire people to actually help these individuals, or are these funds going directly to the individuals? Let's say workforce development for some certification or some job training. How does it work?
It goes to the programs. The funding goes to the programs, and then they enroll. I mean, they're the experts on the ground, and so they enroll the individuals. The funding is definitely used to, hire more teachers, hire more trainers, and also to cover the expense of training and providing high quality early childhood services for the target population. Typically there's a project manager We've identified another organization locally who is well known. I don't want to mention them here because we don't have a firm commitment. But it's an organization that does this every day. They coordinate activities, they work in these communities, they have a large footprint, and the funding would go to them, and then they would grant it out to the programs. That's how that would work.
Okay. All right.
Um,
Great. Thank you. Thank you. That helps. Thank you.
Council members, are there other questions? I have some clarifying questions, but I'll wait. So I saw Darren's hand first, so you get to go first, Darren.
Thanks. Just a clarifying question. You mentioned there's 4 discrete programs that you're recommending we invest in. One is workforce development, and then 2 of them are pre-K education, and then the 4th is nursing home visiting. Can you explain the difference between low to medium income 3 and 4-year-olds and at-risk 3 and 4-year-olds, if I'm understanding the 2 discrete programs?
Sure. So it's really just a question of the income level of the family. So one program goes up to a higher income level, and the other program has a lower income level of eligibility. And so what we're trying to do is by combining them, serve the sort of broader definition of low-income families that are more in line with 200% of poverty, but also serve those children that are maybe 135% of poverty, who are very at risk. And so that's why we've targeted these 2 programs, so that we're serving a broader eligibility criteria, but making sure that we're targeting the most at-risk children.
The reason we're separating them into 2 separate programs is because there's already 2 separate programs that exist that target those 2 populations. So if we were starting this from scratch and creating a whole new thing, we would just target the whole spectrum of that range in one program. Is that?
That would be one potential approach. I think we would want to think about how the proportions of those population and what we wanted to impact and the outcomes we wanted to have. But that's correct. These 2 programs have different eligibility criteria, and that's why you see that bifurcation.
Okay, and they're already existing programs.
They're already existing, correct.
Thank you.
Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pre-K education certainly is a great thing, but is best utilized by people that have resources available to drop their kids off and pick them up at particular times. How is that going to be fit into a single working mother schedule?
So these programs have approaches to address that. I think there's so their coordination with daycare centers that come and pick up their kids from preschool. There's some extended day classes, classrooms that accommodate a working mother's schedule. So what we would do is just leverage what the program is currently doing to accommodate working families.
Okay, so not adding more resources to that particular side of the equation, just utilizing.
No, that's all included in the all-in cost that the program has indicated to us. So everything that they need to expand their operation, typically it's the childcare centers actually that run the buses to the programs. I don't believe that's an expense of these programs, but I can clarify that. So no, we wouldn't necessarily be putting additional money specifically into transportation outside of what the programs are already doing to make sure that they can serve these families.
And if we're already talking about low to moderate income at best, people, how can we best impact their ability to pay for daycare outside those hours to allow them to be able to work a full day?
Yeah, and so Kira did refer to the administration. It has discussed opportunities to leverage additional funding beyond the 37 million. And asked us for some recommendations around that. And I think that some of the recommendations that we had beyond the 37 million would address affordable childcare. There are also the Office of Childcare has gotten a lot of money, and so we would coordinate with them. And then depending upon what happens at the federal level, we would coordinate with federal funding as well. So that was another area that we looked at if there's additional funding. I mean, a lot of the problems in childcare right now are staff capacity. It's not only wages, but it's being able to find people in addition to existing facilities. But that's my colleague Allison Nicholson. This is a core expertise of hers. And she's been leading out on this. And we have discussed what could potentially take place and what we could potentially implement if additional funding is available.
And then one last thing, the nurse home visits that you talked about. The county health department currently has a program just like that. Are we reinventing the wheel, looking to?
Yeah, yes. Yes, and I'm very familiar with that. No, we would leverage their administrative home. We do not want to reinvent the wheel or incur any additional unnecessary costs. What this funding would do would be specifically, the nurse home visiting program still runs the program and implements the services. But what we would recommend is that this funding would go to the county administrative home to target specifically city residents. So yeah, we don't want to reinvent the wheel or incur any costs that we don't necessarily need to incur.
Okay, thank you very much.
Council members, other questions here? So I have a couple of questions, and it's mostly, and this may be in sort of a later phase according to how it was phased out. First off, I don't want to seem like a rainy cloud because the programs are great. It's more of where the funding's coming from, what the responsibilities of the city are, how we pay it back, when it's like sort of these wider funding questions. And I mean, we have 2 minutes until we have Dr. Dunn joining us, but you know, so I don't know that we can get in depth in these questions, and we may have to set this for another briefing. But for example, I guess one thing is I'm curious, we know that these, like how do we leverage how these programs are already being funded? And how do we create a partnership there so that we're leveraging the already funded part of that and not just taking on a new burden in place of that? And I don't know if you want to answer that now, or we can come back to some of these questions. But, you know, I know that there's state grant and county money. I just worry that then as we have seen in other areas, when Salt Lake City takes a step and says, we're going to invest in something, then other entities pull back and say, oh, it's okay because Salt Lake City is going to take care of it. And I want to make sure that we are looking at that piece of things, right? And not just becoming then this sole funder or the primary funder of something. Ben, I don't know.
If I can address that question briefly, and I know we're short on time and it may be a longer conversation, but the intent in phase 2 is to really define what the funding structure could be. There's a $43 million intervention set that was proposed, and there's been expressed interest by both philanthropic dollars and private dollars to participate in an amount that well exceeds the 43 million. And there are opportunities within that to look at sustainability funds and other mechanisms that carry this investment on well beyond the time horizon that we're speaking about here. And maybe Janice, who's looked at some other modeling and programs across the country may want to chime in on what others have done in this and with this in the past, but all of this would be notional with the thought that the financing structure itself is a part of phase 2 and is intended to be a collaborative process to get to what the city is comfortable with in terms of ongoing or in terms of what that ongoing funding structure is, and if that has city participation or not. The only request to the city is that seed funding, which will attract additional capital for these interventions that have been proposed by Sorensen.
This seed funding being the 10 million.
That's correct.
Now, just real quick, and we may have to just have some follow-up meetings on this, but I wanted to clarify because I was having some internet issues. Did the presentation mention that the investment would be a 9-year investment, but then
Yeah,
it's a
sure. And so,
5-year
yeah, so that depends
services that are
upon,
provided? Did I hear that correctly?
yeah, so so it would be a 5-year service period. And so depending upon the financing structure, and thank you for your feedback on your question. And I think one of our task in phase 2 would be to make sure we address your questions within the financing structure. So that's a great point, and I think we can look at mechanisms and levers to ensure that you are not supplanting money that's already allocated to these, and that in fact you're expanding. And so thank you. And I think we're aligned on our goals. So what we wanted to do was, so the financing structure will be determined in phase 2, but one of the things we wanted to do in quantifying what we thought it might cost is, if we're going to follow outcomes and if there's going to be some payments based on outcomes, some of the outcomes in those programs, like if we want to look at 3rd grade reading or kindergarten readiness, you know, we have to follow kids for a longer period of time, or child maltreatment, for instance. And so what we do is we allow for a 4-year period where you're not necessarily serving these, you know, we've served 5 cohorts of kids, but we're still tracking them for outcomes. And that's if we do, you know, the city and the council decide to move forward with an outcomes-based funding model, which is not, that's to be determined. But what we wanted to do was just sort of, okay, what's the most conservative timeline? And sort of give you that picture. But that is to be determined in phase 2, and is, you know, we're not prejudging what that would be, but that's why you see the difference between the 5 years and the 9 years, is we wanted to make sure we accounted for that that time period.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. One last question from me, and then perhaps a favor. And so the question is, if the 10 million, my understanding is the 10 million seed money would be coming out of ARPA funds, which we know have to be spent by December of 2024. Do we feel that, and my understanding, and anybody who wants to jump in and correct me is fine, it can't just be encumbered, right? I mean, we have some policies where as long as it's encumbered, it counts as kind of being spent already. My understanding is that ARPA funds can't just be encumbered, but actually need to be spent. Would we plan on having this in place by that December 2024, such that those $10 million would be spent?
Yes, we would structure to accommodate the time requirements and all the legal requirements that come with the federal recovery money.
Okay, and then my favor is we are having a discussion about the proposal for the ARPA funds on November 9th, and considering that this sort of falls in line in some ways, obviously, because it's part of the proposal, and knowing that we aren't going to get to that sort of funding decision till phase 2, but still feeling like we may need to have some more discussion, could I maybe add this to our agenda on November 9th? And if friends from Sorensen, if you guys can't be here, but maybe Ben, if you can, if that would be okay, so that we can continue this discussion, since I want to make sure we get to Dr. Dunn.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council Chair.
Thank you. And I want to, again, great presentation, and thank you for all of your work and for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, that brings us to agenda item number 7. And this is an informational update from our Salt Lake County Health Department. And I want to give a warm welcome to Dr. Dunn. And thank you so much for being with us today, Doctor, and taking some time out of what I imagine to be an incredibly busy schedule for you these days, to give us some additional information and an update from the county. So without further ado, I'll just turn the time over to you.
Yes, thank you so much for the invitation, and I am more than happy to give updates as often as you need them. And I think Amanda has my slides. Is that right, Amanda?
That's right, Dr. Dunn.
Are you sharing them? Oh, okay, now it's coming up.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So this is the update I gave today, and I will focus a little more on the Salt Lake City issues as we move forward. So you can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So we like to compare kind of where we are currently as a county compared to the Utah High Transmission Index. While we don't use this index officially anymore, this is the index that the end game was based on, and so it was kind of those metrics that everyone agreed upon being really kind of the highest metrics that we all wanted to make sure we were below. And in our county, we are at high percent positivity. Our case rates are going up, although slightly. So we're kind of in a slow increase, but they are increasing. And our hospitalization is also going up, especially with our COVID beds being taken up by, or our ICU beds being taken up by COVID patients. So a third of our beds in our ICUs are due to patients with severe COVID, and that's the highest it's been since last surge, which was about a year ago, last winter. Next slide. When we compare ourselves to where we were last year, this time last year, we were at our biggest surge we had in this pandemic. So thankfully, we are seeing a slower increase in that right now. And that is because of vaccinations. So every time we vaccinate an individual, we are slowing the spread of COVID. And we can see here that those vaccinations have really stunted the growth of a potential really big surge coming this winter. Next slide. However, our cases are still increasing, and you can especially see the big steep increase among our 5 to 11-year-olds. And that makes sense from a public health perspective, given that 100% of them are unvaccinated and they are in indoor congregate settings inside, putting them at high risk for spread. Next slide. Since the beginning of school, we've had just over 4,500 school-associated cases. So these are cases that were identified as being infected where they could have spread COVID while they were at school, or they could have gotten COVID while they were at school. So if they were a positive school-aged child who was being homeschooled, they would not be counted here. So these are truly school-associated cases. Next slide. And every week now we produce a table that compares the districts. And this is largely because there's a lot, I mean, you guys feel this, right? There's a lot of pressure, or at least I should say interest, in the Salt Lake City School District compared to the other districts, given the mask mandate policy and kind of how that is playing out. This data, every week our school data gets more complete and better, because not every school district was collecting data the same way from the beginning of the school year. And so we've taken a lot of time to do data quality checks and really clean up our data. So the past couple of weeks, it's been pretty accurate. You can see here, I'll run through the table real quick. So the columns are broken down by elementary school and then middle and high school, because of course middle and high school students do have the opportunity to be vaccinated. The last 14 days is indicative of where spread is happening now. So it doesn't really give us an idea of trends or long-term exposure risk, but it tells us kind of where we need to put our efforts in terms of responding. The first 55 days of school is normalized for each school district. So it's the first 55 days of school at Canyon School District compared to the first 55 days of Salt Lake City School District, because of course Salt Lake City School District started a little later than everyone else. So at the beginning they had fewer cases just because they weren't in school as long, but now we're able to normalize it by just the number of days they've been in school. So the blue boxes are the lowest in the columns and the yellow are the highest. So in elementary school, in the last 14 days and the first 55 days, Salt Lake City has had the lowest, and then Murray has had the lowest for our middle and high school students. And Murray and Salt Lake City kind of go back and forth week to week, depending on what's happening in terms of holding that lowest spot. Next slide. And when we take all of the grades together, Salt Lake City does have the lowest rate for both the last 14 days and first 55 days. You know, I always, when we start looking at schools certainly don't operate in a vacuum. They are highly influenced by what's happening in the community. And so increase in community spread definitely leads to an increase in school spread. And so I like to put the 14-day community case rate as well. And Salt Lake City also has the lowest community case rate and one of the highest percent eligible community vaccinated rates. All contributes that in addition to the mask mandate. All those points contribute to keeping kids in school safely. So it's, of course, not just one approach, but a layered approach that's really important here. Next slide. And another thing that's really important is to look at testing trends. So we know that we're only going to identify as many cases as we can if people actually get tested. So what we want to see here is a high percent of student population being tested and a low percent positivity. That means that you're probably detecting all the cases that you need to. So you can see here Canyons has a really high percent tested in the last 14 days, but a low percent positivity compared to, say, Murray, which has a really high percent positivity and a low relative percent of the student population tested. What that is showing to me is that there are cases in Murray School District that are not being identified because they have such a high percent positivity. That means that we're missing cases and that they are undetected. So their case counts their reported case counts are lower than their actual case counts. And Salt Lake City kind of falls somewhere in the middle there. Next slide. Hospitalizations do continue to climb, especially for our older adults and slightly in our 5 to 11-year-olds, which is that bottom orange line. However, we are seeing a sharp decline in the 40 to 49-year-olds, and that is because of an increase in vaccination rates, which is fantastic. Next slide. However, we are seeing an increased number of kids hospitalized since school started. In the first 55 days of school, 39 kids have been hospitalized due to COVID-19, and 19 of those were school-aged kids. Next slide. And we've been saying this for several weeks now. Unfortunately, all of our Salt Lake County ICUs are at capacity, and they have been for several weeks. And it is not necessarily a physical space issue as much as it is a staffing issue. So they do not have the adequate number of medical professionals required to staff the number of ICU beds that are necessary to take care of both COVID and non-COVID patients alike. So we are finding it increasingly difficult across the county to find, and across the state, to find a high level of care beds for patients that need them, again, for both COVID and non-COVID concerns. It now takes around 3 hours to find an open ICU bed for a patient, when typically it takes minutes. And that can be a matter of life and death for some of these individuals. Next slide. And with that, we have identified 29 additional deaths due to COVID in the past week. This is increasing, and this is our most lagging metric. And so these deaths are reflective of the surge we saw going into the school year and at the beginning of the school year. And so we do expect those to continue to climb It takes our state medical examiner several weeks to verify that these are actually COVID-related deaths. So we do expect those September and October numbers to increase over the next several weeks. Next slide. We do continue to vaccinate more people every day, which is good. All age groups, though, are starting to plateau just a tad. We were seeing a great increase in our 12 to 17-year-olds, but they have started to stall out as well. So again, this is one of those really important mitigation measures to continue to be patient yet persistent until we get an adequate number of people vaccinated. And public health will certainly be here when anybody is ready for their first or second COVID vaccine. Next slide. We look at hotspots in our community based on vaccination coverage and case rates. And over the past several weeks, the southwest corner of our county has been a very high hotspot with a lot of cases and low vaccination rates. And West Valley, this is the first time in the past several months that West Valley has popped up as a hotspot. So when we identify these hotspots, we look at their data specifically to understand what is going on. You know, is there a specific outbreak in that area? Are there more opportunities for vaccination and testing events? And we work with the community leaders in those areas in order to provide mitigation measures such as testing and vaccination to those communities. Next slide. And as a county, 56% of our total population is fully vaccinated. When we look at just our eligible, we're up to nearly 70%. So still increasing, though slightly every week, but still increasing, which is great. Summit County and Davis County are the only other two counties that have a higher vaccination rate than Salt Lake in the state of Utah, which is really saying something because Summit and Davis are pretty homogenous and much, much smaller than Salt Lake. So we have done a fantastic job of getting the vaccine out to our large and diverse population, and we will continue to work towards those goals. Next slide. There's been a lot of questions and energy around monoclonal antibody treatment. This is treatment given by an infusion at a specific healthcare center, and it's given to patients who are at very high risk for hospitalization or death from COVID who have tested positive. Our hospitals are giving out monoclonal antibody treatment, as well as a field hospital in Murray that is run by the Utah Department of Health and our Utah National Guard. And last week, the Utah Department of Health at the field hospital gave 226 total monoclonal antibody treatments. And then I will just follow up. There's not a slide to go along with this, but I'll just follow up with the new information surrounding boost doses. So we're expecting the CDC to approve and recommend a boost dose for both Moderna and Johnson & Johnson. They are meeting Wednesday and Thursday for that. So we as a county health department are prepared to start giving those boost doses on Friday, and we'll send out information about who qualifies and where people can go to get their boost doses as soon as that's approved. The other really good news is that we are already making plans for the 5 to 11-year-old vaccine. CDC has already given us an allocation of how many doses we can expect, and this is for the first week of November. They told local health departments to be ready to start giving doses on November 4th, which is very, very exciting to start gearing up for this next age group to be eligible for vaccine. I will say, though, that we are going to be getting limited number of doses, so it certainly won't be enough to vaccinate every 5 to 11-year-old in Salt Lake County, even within the first month. But we will hopefully be getting a steady stream from the CDC in order to make sure that all children who want to get vaccinated and are eligible to get vaccinated can get vaccinated before the holiday season. And with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Dunn. Council members, questions?
Madam Chair, if I could ask a clarifying question on the number of cases in school. First of all, thank you, Dr. Dunn, for coming and for giving us your time and your expertise. The number of children in schools, it's at the bottom, it says it's per 100,000 population. Is that, how do I interpret that number? So it's like 374 cases among children per 100,000 people in the entire population, not children,
Sure.
not school age kids, of course.
No, per 100,000 population. So it's normalized for each, what do we call that? Attendance, student roster. So it's normalized for the population of each school district. So
Okay.
it's really specific to each school district, but those numbers are per 100,000.
So that they're actually probably way higher than the actual number of cases in the school district, because there's not 100,000
Yes.
kids in a school district, right?
Nope. There's
Okay.
there for Salt Lake City School District, there's I think 22,000. On our Salt Lake County dashboard, you can actually find the raw number of cases total per district and in the past 14 days. And yes, it's much, much lower than that.
Okay, thank you.
So does that sort of help, when you say it helps normalize, I'm just looking like per capita, can we look, is that sort of how we're getting to almost that per capita number, or is, yes.
Yeah, it is. It's a per capita number, but it's for each population. So for each school district's population, not for the county's population, not for our 5 to 11-year-old population, but it's based on each school district's population. And so it's a rate for their school population, but then you take that rate and you act like they all had 100,000 students, and then you find out what that numerator would be based on their rate for their population.
Great. I sort of understand that. It's math, but I kind of, thank you. I appreciate that, Dr. Dunn.
Yeah.
Anna?
Hi, Dr. Dan. Thank you so much. I'm kind of starstruck. I don't know if you guys are, but remember last year, and she was on TV all the time, every day, doing an amazing
remember.
job informing people. So thank you so much for the work. I'm sure it was super stressful, and you taking on the county now, it must be stressful as well. I just had two questions that maybe I didn't understand exactly what was happening, but some of the slides that you showed other school districts and compared to the Salt Lake City one, the numbers were not extremely different. Like it wasn't that, we saw, hey, the districts that used masks, were so much lower, than the ones that didn't. And so did I read that correctly?
So we could definitely do a risk ratio. So when we do kind of like the odds of being infected, definitely it is statistically significant that kids who are in a school district with a mask mandate have a lower risk of being infected than if they're in another school district. But as I mentioned, it's not a one and done policy. We really need to layer all strategies, as many layers as we can in order to get the best effect. And so it's really important to recognize that your community case rate has something to do with it, but also the vaccination rate. I will say with school cases specifically, testing practices matter. And so in that testing slide, I showed that, for example, Murray, which has had really low case rates, has very high % positivity. That means they should be testing a lot more, and we're not detecting as many cases. Whereas, Salt Lake City is somewhere in the middle, and so we're probably doing a pretty good job in Salt Lake City of detecting all of the cases. So it's really, I know people really want to draw specific conclusions from those specific numbers around whether or not mask mandates work. I will say that all the evidence indicates that masks are helping decrease the spread of COVID in our school settings, but it's not a silver bullet. We unfortunately don't have anything other than a vaccine that will be that silver bullet for us. But it is definitely a strategy to continue given the evidence around the decreased spread of COVID in schools with mask mandates.
Absolutely. I agree with you. on that one. So I just wanted to understand. So thank you for that clarification. And obviously, if anything else, we have some prevention methods that we know work, and is washing your hands, use the mask, and try to stay away from people. I mean, simple, very simple things that we all can do. And then the second question is, so the herd immunity level, it looked like you had a line that was at 80%. So, so my guess is that we're trying to keep people to get vaccinated, and we should all be, you know, what you call advocating for that, for those that agree. But then, is that when you foresee like an end game for things to to somewhat?
So, you know, and I get asked this a lot. Definitely, we need the 80% has been shown that once a community reaches an 80% vaccination rate, cases drastically drop. And so we are seeking that, in whatever community we're part of, we need to be seeking that 80%. But I would say in terms of kind of where we're going as a bigger community, we really just need to make sure the vaccine is available to everybody. Right now, in Salt Lake County, we have around 200,000 people that aren't eligible for vaccine, right? And so as long as we have that big of a population not eligible for vaccine, we're not going to control this without other big measures. So I think once we start seeing the impact of the 5 to 11-year-olds get vaccinated and we get through this winter, I think we'll really be able to tell kind of what the long-term measures need to be in place, because yeah, we're not going to get to 0 cases. This is likely an endemic disease, but what that looks like is still to be figured out.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Council members, any other questions?
Madam Chair, I hate to dumb this down to what I'm going to do in just a second, because I know there's so many more factors, but just for our purposes, given that we do continually have to review the mayor's emergency orders, which basically means the K through 12 mask mandate, would it be fair to characterize it that until the 5 to 11-year-old population is able to get substantially vaccinated, that the mask mandate is probably still necessary or still significantly helpful until that population is a majority vaccinated? Or is there like a number of vaccinations, or is there another metric we should be looking at to? No,
definitely look at vaccination. And I would say, you know, my recommendation for that is definitely, I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys passed it through the end of this semester. Is that right? Okay, so that's like that's the right thing to do. We're heading into winter. This is what caused the huge surge last year. That is a step in the right direction, knowing that we're going to get limited doses for kids in November. That means kids aren't going to be fully vaccinated for 6 weeks after that, right? So we are looking towards 2022 to really get past this. So I would say once we get to that point where 5 to 11-year-olds can go to any pharmacy or any pediatrician and get their vaccine, just like the flu, right? That's what I equate this to. Once it's as ubiquitous as the flu vaccine, then we can start looking at relaxing some of our mitigation measures. But we still have a couple, where are we, October? We definitely are looking to 2022 for that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dennis.
I realize there's not going to be any easy solution, but considering how big a hotspot in Salt Lake City my district is, in A4104 zip code, having the lowest vaccination rates and highest cases, is there anything more that can or should be done?
You know, and so this is where I think that patient persistence needs to just continue, right? We're actually working with our community health workers and community-based organizations to actually go door to door, and it works really well in West Valley. People are thankful for the opportunity to have a one-on-one conversation with someone about their concerns and have that opportunity to get tested or vaccinated on the spot. But it at least plants that seed and gives them that opportunity to have those conversations. So I think the more we open up dialogue around what individuals' concerns are about being vaccinated, the more likely we are to have them kind of reach that tipping point and get vaccinated later on. So that kind of patient persistence approach is what we're taking there. And it does seem to be working slowly but surely. We'll say the other, this is the harder issue though, is really encouraging testing along with quarantine and isolation. And it becomes harder when this is kind of what happened at the beginning. People have to go to work, right, to feed themselves and their families. And we did have a really big push for employers to have paid time off and really support their employees that way. But it's not so much in the limelight anymore. And so I think we're at least at the county level focusing on work sites again and making sure that employers and employees have the resources they need to not fear getting tested because they can't not go to work, right? So I think in your community, if there's anything you can do with the large employers to help advocate for that testing approach and having people stay home when they're sick, that would be really important as well.
Thank you.
Dan.
Can I have one more question? I want to touch base on the question of the flu vaccine. Are we seeing the normal rate of flu vaccines? And if you don't get flu vaccinated, does that increase your chances of getting increase your rate of sickness or death for COVID if you're not COVID vaccinated?
Yeah, so thank you for bringing up the flu vaccine. We are in flu season and we have already started seeing some flu hospitalizations. Flu season usually peaks around February, so we have a ways to go. You can and should get your flu vaccine, and you can get it with the COVID vaccine at the same time. That's not a problem. Every year our hospitals are full, except for last year because we were all in masks and social distancing, but every other year our hospitals are full because of flu. And so we're really worried going into this flu season with hospitals full of COVID that it really will continue to tip our hospitals over the edge. Getting flu will decrease your immune system and make you more susceptible to any disease, including COVID, and make you more likely to get severe disease. So it is really important to protect yourself against both.
Thank you.
Council members, any other questions? Dr. Dunn, I do have one last question, and I really, truly appreciate all of your time and answering all of these questions. It's been amazing. I'm a little starstruck, like Anna as well. But you mentioned, you know, a limited number, at least in the beginning of November, for the 5 to 11 aged children for the vaccine. And I know the county has tried to do this and done a good job at this with other vaccines when we first got them. But is there a plan to make sure that we are distributing these equitably and to maybe some of our more, like the zip codes that we're seeing a low vaccine rate or saw a low vaccine rate for adults, that we kind of push maybe for those areas to receive these limited doses?
You know, and this is the frustrating aspect. This is what we dealt with adults as well. So this is a double-edged sword. So we have to use all the vaccines we order within 2 to 3 weeks. Otherwise, the CDC will cut our shipment for the next one. So it's very frustrating from a public health practice standpoint because we want to be able to put extra effort and extra time into our harder to reach communities. But if we do that, it might take us longer than 3 weeks to use those doses, and it would decrease our allotment for the next shipment. And so we are working on a plan. We just found out about the number yesterday morning about how many we're going to be getting. So we have 5 to 11-year-olds. We have, I think, 127,000 of them in Salt Lake County, and we will be getting around 20,000 doses initially. And that's not nothing, and that might be enough for the low-hanging fruit and the early adopters. But about where to put those is something we're still trying to figure out, and how to match that with health equity is one of our priorities. But again, we also have to use all the doses, so to be determined.
I don't think I realized that about the CDC and the shipments, so thank you for that information.
Yeah.
And council members, anything else for Dr. Dunn? Well, Doctor, thank you so much again for joining us, for your vast knowledge and expertise. It's really been helpful, and you know, we get an administrative update every Tuesday, and I I know that we rely heavily on the county's work and your work. And so we really appreciate you joining us today and taking some time out of your schedule. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank you guys for supporting Mayor Mendenhall and putting yourselves out there and doing what you can to protect our communities. So we are all partners in this, so appreciate it. You guys have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, council members, that brings us to agenda number 8, which is a board appointment. Nathan Manuel has been recommended for the Peanut Board. For those of you who don't know what the Peanut Board is, it is our Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry, and Trails Advisory Board. So hopefully we have Nathan here with us. I'm looking around at all the tiles.
Council members, apologies. Nathan Manuel is not here. Council staff has been trying to reach him, but have not heard back.
Okay, well, we can always reschedule him. You never know what happens, and certainly want to make sure that we address that when he's able to. So if we get him before the next 5 minutes, then I'll go ahead and take it. If not, we'll just figure out a time to reschedule him. With that, we have another agenda item, and I'm gonna maybe ask real quick if we can recuse Councilmember Ferris, because this agenda item is enacting a temporary zoning regulation for the Wiegand Center. And I first want to know if the council is interested in, this is set for tentative. We sort of, I don't know if we needed more discussion on this or if council members were ready to go forward on it. And so we put it as tentative. So I kind of need to know where council members are if you want to take a vote. If not, we can put it on the 9th.
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify that due to my daytime employment at VOA, who is the applicant for this process, so I'm fully recused from all these discussions. So I'll just exit myself. Thank you.
We'll let you know when we're done. That barely leaves a quorum.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify, it is on the formal meeting to adopt tonight.
Okay.
So that was the thinking because of the time sensitivity.
To look at this as, a straw poll since it's on for tonight?
I think you could, oh, sorry, go ahead, Cindy.
Oh, well, I think what we did is we put the briefing on in case people wanted to discuss it, but it's our perception that there is interest in moving it ahead. And so it is just preserving your options by listing it there. You don't need a straw poll or anything. You can just take the vote tonight and see, who's in favor and who's opposed, unless people have questions. And if you vote tonight on it, it would allow more time for the entity that is managing this to get people hired and, do the advertising for hiring and recruiting and things like that to help them be ready for the cold weather.
Madam
Got
Chair.
it. Sorry, I was confused about why we had it on there in the tentative way, simply because there's been a lot of discussion. So is there a desire to have more discussion on this? Because last time we discussed this, there was at least the feeling, Cindy's absolutely right, the feeling that everyone wanted to move forward as it relates to the Wiegand Center.
Madam Chair, I have a question, a clarification question. Did we have, I forgot already, I'm getting older, guys. Did we have this conversation or this presentation at a work session? Was it last week or was it at a closed session?
You have received legal advice about it previously, and council members have been asking staff questions. But no, you have not had a briefing at your committee of the whole meeting. So, and what this is allowing, it's a temporary regulation that would allow the Wiegand Center for a time period that expires in April to operate as they have in provide, well, at a higher level in providing some services. It would be in the cold weather, it would be subject to the fire marshal's authorization in terms of the number of clients that they could serve. So if you'd like, we can have someone from the administration give some basics, or our own staff.
I would like some basics for the public to know what we're talking about and what we might take a vote on later today. But I'm not sure if the other council members are okay with that.
I would prefer to discuss it a bit as well.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Andrew?
I believe the attorney's office is ready to talk a little bit about it. I'm here for questions as well, if you would like that.
How about we have Katie give a brief overview
Thank you, Council Chair Fowler. and
about what
council
we're
members.
discussing with
Great, thank you. I am actually, I don't know if you all have met our senior city attorney, Hannah Vickery, in a public meeting. So I'd like to introduce you to Hannah. Hannah comes to us with a lot of land use expertise and has taken the laboring oar on this temporary land use regulation, and she'll be explaining it tonight.
Thank you, and good evening, Council. Before you tonight is a draft ordinance that is a temporary land use regulation to approve a temporary overflow homeless shelter use at 235 South Rio Grande, which is familiar to all of us as the Wiegand Center. The idea behind the temporary land use regulation is that it's a tool given to us under state law that authorizes us to bypass a lot of the typical procedure we have to undergo with land use regulations. So the idea behind this is we would authorize that temporary overflow shelter use for the winter months at the Wiegand Center. But in order to adopt a temporary land use regulation, the council has to find a compelling countervailing public interest. If you look at the recitals in the draft ordinance in front of you tonight, there's quite a bit of discussion about what that compelling countervailing public interest is. In particular, staff acknowledges that there's a real threat to human life when there's severe winter conditions and nowhere for unsheltered individuals to go. There's also recognized the need to help ensure safe and social distant housing for the unsheltered population during the pandemic conditions. The recitals also acknowledge sort of the compounding effects of a myriad of causes of homelessness and other social, I guess, constraints. And it also acknowledges that a lot of the efforts already undertaken by the government and other parties just really haven't been enough. And so there is a need to continue to house an unsheltered population during these critical winter months. So the temporary land use regulation is just going to authorize the use for a temporary period. And under state law, that's limited to 6 months. So the expiration date on the use is set in the ordinance as April 15th. If you want to, we can go into more detail, or if you have questions. The ordinance also speaks to some of the public policy discussions that the council's been having. One of those is encouraging other cities to open it up and change their laws to allow for shelters. So you'll see that recital in there. It also encourages the state and the county and other public interest groups and cities to work together to continue to address the challenges that we see in our communities. So I don't know if there's any questions or you want to go in more detail than that, or if that's sufficient.
I have a couple of questions. One, so that the public knows, the Wiegand Center is a daytime resource center or shelter. What is the land use, or what's the use of that property right now? What's existing use?
My understanding is it is a day use. So this is gonna allow, from a land use perspective, an overnight accommodation, a sleeping accommodation for individuals experiencing homelessness.
Okay. And then the second, the second question I have, and I'm not sure if it's a legal question, maybe it's it's a question maybe for the administration or to discuss amongst ourselves, council members. The Wiegand Center provides a great service. To be honest, like they for people experiencing homelessness. I've volunteered there before. They have a great kitchen program right now. And it's on 2nd South and between 4th and 5th West, for those that do know. It's directly across the street from the Gateway Mall. And I receive plenty of complaints about people lingering outside on the sidewalk. And once again, they're not made up, because when I drive through there, I can see that. Googling Wiegand Center right now, there's pictures of a lot of people lingering, loitering, and also using it as a public restroom. And so we're going back in circles. How we're going to mitigate that? So let's say we say yes to this, and of course we want to help those shelters. Are these folks that are right now outside on the street be told to move in? What's going to happen? Or are we going to see the same thing? And then we will continue to hear the complaints, and we'll continue to overwhelm the system.
Council member, I could speak a little bit to that based on the draft ordinance, if that would be helpful. Included in the draft ordinance is a safety and security plan. It was attached as Exhibit A. Some of that behavior you describe is addressed in the safety and security plan. So what VOA has provided and proposed in that draft, they do have some plan with respect to loitering and addressing that. There's also proposed in there the idea that there would be a 24-hour line where complaints could be received, and that they will meet and work with other members in the community and businesses in the area to address the concerns. So I don't know how that all will play out, but it was certainly thought through by the VOA and included in their proposed security and operations plan, which could be a very useful tool moving forward, and is the main regulatory tool for the use as part of this temporary land use regulation.
So are they hiring a security company that will be there 24 hours walking around the building?
So their proposal does indicate that there will be on-site security and that the security would do the exterior perimeter checks. They also speak to their other staff members being qualified and trained. But that other type of staff wouldn't be walking the perimeter. Their proposal indicated only the security would.
Great.
And council members, I may jump in here, and Hannah, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's the requirement for the security plan is a requirement under city code in order to obtain a conditional use permit. And so what this temporary land use regulation does is speed up the conditional use permit application that the Wiegand Center had already submitted to the city because of the inclement weather. But that security plan that's not a new requirement. That's something that city code already contemplates for a conditional use permit.
And so
May I
that's what,
clarify? I'm
yeah, go
sorry.
ahead, Lisa.
Oh, just to clarify, while we have the city attorney here, the city can require the security plan and require them to actively promote security and that type of a thing. But even the security from the entity there doesn't have any more authority than the city police, in that constitutionally the people are allowed to linger, to stand, to visit in front in the public way. Is that correct? Or will you say
Cindy,
some more about that?
you are correct that the sidewalk and the park strip are protected under the Constitution, under the First Amendment. But if there is criminal activity or activities that are prohibited under either state law or city code, then the security entity could alert the the police department of that criminal activity. But you're absolutely right that standing on a sidewalk in and of itself is not a criminal activity.
And sometimes I think I'm asking just because sometimes people misunderstand and we accidentally create an expectation that really can't be met, that it isn't possible for the city or the provider to say that people are not allowed to be outside in the public way. Thanks.
Council member, also to understand right now, as you mentioned, Catholic Community Services operates two buildings on that block there. One is the St. Vincent de Paul Dining Hall, which has the meals and the program you mentioned earlier, a courtyard, and then there's a different building called the Wiegand Center, which is open during the daytime right now, generally 7 to 7, somewhere in there, 7 to 5, depending on the year. So during the daytime hours, Catholic Community Services operates their regular programming on that site. In the wintertime, for several years now, the dining hall, that building has had that conditional use to open up between October and April between 7 p.m. and 6:37 a.m. to do that overnight capacity, which is a conditional use. The conditional use for the Wiegand Center, that separate building, would mirror that essentially, where Volunteers of America would be operating just like the Road Home does at night, 7 p.m., 6:30 a.m. But during the daytime, it's still Catholic Community Services doing their programming. So to clarify that piece, that Volunteers of America would be in the Wiegand Center during the nighttime, but not during the day. That's the Catholic Community Services operations. Same at the Road Home at night at the dining hall. During the daytime, it's Catholic Community Services as well. And that's, again, October to April, I believe, laid out in the proposal at this point.
Thank you for the clarification. And then one more thing. So, they have said, hey, we're going to provide on-site security, perimeter check. We're going to have people walking outside, encouraging them to come in, but we cannot really force them in. The Salt Lake City Police Department cannot force people in either. So, and this as a conditional use, this plan is part of the conditional use that the city already requires. And this is the condition, these are one of the conditions that we are going to look at the next 5 months, correct? And see if it's working or not in the next 5 months. So for those that are not aware, the mayor put a moratorium on any permanent shelters and the conditional uses and the conditional use requirements that it has, so that we can really take a look at the conditional uses. Sorry if it's not clear, but this is the same thing, right? We're talking about these conditional uses. We're going to review the next 5 months and figure out what has worked and what hasn't. Great, thank you.
Yes, Jared?
Yeah, I just wanted to, building on what Anna was saying, this is, I guess, just to make it clear for the public, this is the proposal for the temporary winter overflow for this year only. Right now is the contemplation. But there's two separate things that are going on, if I'm understanding this right. There's the conditional use permit application that's already been submitted prior to the mayor taking her action. So that's already vested. So if that process goes forward as planned, it will take a while for it to be approved, but that would be a permanent, potentially run with the land use, or that one would also have a end date.
It
Given the-
also would, we
Okay.
misunderstood previously, and so you had been told that it would be a long-term use, but it is just this year. So
Okay.
essentially, your action tonight just basically allows them to start hiring employees and hopefully provide a service that they would have otherwise provided, maybe not until mid-December. Perhaps they can start to provide it sooner than that and have some people off the street into overnight
So
shelter.
actually, that brings up another question. Had this application that VOA submitted not been submitted prior to the mayor's action, they could still submit that same
Yes, they could.
application because
they
it's
could.
temporary,
Yes,
and the mayor only prohibited permanent.
yes.
But we're also deciding tonight whether we want to accelerate that and allow that use to start immediately rather than not until it can go through that whole process that would take until December.
Yes, and it's not clear that they could start immediately, but it certainly may give them a couple of weeks head start
Earlier.
over what they would, yeah. And maybe it would be worth mentioning, and someone who knows better than I do could clarify, but it's very difficult under the state statute to deny a conditional use. So the odds are that if this went through the process with the planning commission, it would get approved. It isn't that you're jumping in ahead of time in case it doesn't get approved. What you're doing is allowing it to get going a little bit faster.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I guess what I want to say in terms of if we're having a discussion about this, I do agree with the mayor that temporary use and permanent use should be considered differently. And there's a clear and undeniable need for temporary shelter for this winter. And so for my sake, I think I'm supportive of this moving it forward, understanding all the concerns that Anna's raising about security of the neighbors. And those are things that are not okay for a temporary, like those safety concerns are not okay even on a temporary basis. But they're the things that we have to figure out, more importantly, for the permanent uses that we may or may, I guess, may not allow in the city in the future. But figuring out the conditional use process and those actual conditions in our ordinance that help alleviate the impacts on the neighbors and in the experience of some of the neighbors around the existing resource centers, those conditions may not be adequate. So I think that's why the pause and why the 6 months for us to determine that. But again, I agree that we should consider temporary shelter differently, especially for this winter, because it is getting cold already, and these are human beings that need a warm place to sleep. Procedurally, with District 1 having a vacancy and Councilmember Ferris recusing, how many votes are needed for this to pass? Does it still require 4, or is it now 3?
4 votes are required.
4 votes are required always, no matter what, even if we only had 4 council members seated at one time, it would be 4 votes.
Katie can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I've understood it.
That's correct. That is correct.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Council members, any other discussion on this? I don't see any.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, to reiterate, the Volunteers of America, who was the applicant for the conditional use permit for this operation, is planning to start operations as soon as possible. The reality is even the road home, which is known for quite a while about St. Vincent de Paul being able to open as of this week, has been unable to at this point due to a staffing shortage and in one instance, childcare not happening, so the staff couldn't do it, which sort of talks about what you talked about earlier in the council meeting. So we would anticipate that Volunteers of America could start their process. They've gotten partial funding from the county right now to start hiring. I would not anticipate that they could probably open for a little while, into November at least, which is unfortunate, but it is conceivably quicker than December. It would require them to go through the process they would have to do anyway with the fire marshal and the fire department to ensure safety in that facility, how many beds they could have safely, and that whole process will have to happen before they're given permission per this ordinance.
Thank you. And that is unfortunate, but thanks for that update. Council members, anything else? Okay. Thank you, Katie, for being here and walking us through that. I think that is everything on this agenda item. Council members, we are on agenda item number 10, which I am very excited about. This is a report from the chair and vice chair, and we have not ever done this before, really, but we have a bunch of new staff and new interns, and so I have asked that they can introduce themselves. I'm putting all of them on the spot. But we usually, when we're in person, we can run into each other in the city council offices or see people there during council meetings, and we just don't have that opportunity. And so I've asked to have people here. We will have some people here now. We went a little later than expected, so some people that were scheduled today had to run to class. So we will have whoever is here introduce themselves. I don't know if Jan is on and wants to lead the way, or how you, or Jen or Lehua or anyone. Or I can just call out people. It's like law school. It's the Socratic method. Just call on you and you are on the spot.
Because this is our first time doing this, I think that's a great idea.
And I'm going to call on the people whose tiles I see. And Liz is first. So we'll just do a quick introduction, and you're on the spot, Liz.
I'll clarify on your behalf that I believe that it's just me and Thomas here today. I think the rest have a class at 6. But hello, I'm Liz Romrell. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I am a new liaison support intern at for the Salt Lake City Council. So I'll be working in District 3 with Councilmember Wharton and Austin Kimmel. Very excited.
Excellent. Thank you, Liz. And are you in school right now? Are you still in school?
Yeah, sorry. I am currently working towards my Bachelor of Science in Political Science. I'll be graduating with that in the spring at the University of Utah.
Excellent. I am going to open it up for any quick questions from council members. Anybody? Nope, you're off the hook, Liz. You got lucky. So nice to meet you. Thank you so much for being here and working with us crazy council members. Thomas, you are up next because I see you on my screen.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name's Thomas Newman, and I'm a senior political science student at the University of Utah. I'm getting an emphasis in law with my degree, and I should be graduating late next year. But I am assigned to District 6, working with Councilmember Dugan. So I'm really excited to get to work and grateful for this opportunity. So thank you.
Great.
Welcome
Thomas,
aboard, Thomas.
Thank you.
thank you so much for joining us and being here and part of the city. And I'm sure we will give you lots of experience in answering all of our questions. I do think it looks like we may also have Brian with us. I see his panel, but it's not on the screen yet. There we go, Brian. Hi, Brian. Brian, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yes. My name is Brian Pantel. I am a constituent liaison trainee, I guess. So I just joined the team. I think you've probably seen my panel lurking in some of your meetings. And probably in emails, that kind of thing. So yes, so far I've had some time to spend time with other Brian, as I like to call him, and also with Priscilla, and a little bit with Vili and Austin. So I'm looking forward to getting to know all of you more. And I've had 10 years with the city as of last Sunday. So I've got a lot of experience that I want to share and bring to bear. I haven't seen a big side of the council before, but I'm learning a lot. And man, these emails, good stuff.
I had a meeting with Mary Beth today, and she scolded us for stealing you.
It's good.
She didn't really scold us, but she mentioned that she missed you, and that mentioned all of your great work there in her department. So welcome aboard.
I'm infinitely grateful to her. She gave me a shot to join the city a decade ago, and it was a very good decision for her and for me. I'm very grateful to her about it. Thanks for having me.
That's awesome. Thank you. All right. I'm getting notification that hopefully we have Ariana Williford here still.
Hi, everyone. My name's Ariana. I started with the council as an intern, graphic design intern back in December. And now I just work part-time on the communications team. I mainly work with the newsletters, graphic design, just any, communications projects. And I'm currently going to school for film and communications and sociology. And I'll graduate in the spring.
Awesome. Well, welcome. You're almost on a year working with us, and see, because we have been stuck at our homes, we haven't even gotten a chance to get to see you in the hallways. At least I haven't. So it's nice to meet you, and thank you for your hard work, and welcome a year later. Let's see.
I feel really embarrassed that I haven't met Ariana yet. That's bad. So welcome.
Well, I have literally been to the office twice, and we've all been here. So I think I saw Hassan Abdi as well, if Hassan wants to join us.
Hi, my name is Hassan Abdi. I've been with the council since last October. I started off as a research intern, and now I'm a public engagement coordinator, working with great Amber and Kira. It's been great working here for the past year. I've enjoyed working with everybody, with the analysts, with Cindy, Leo, Jan, everybody.
See, and Hassan, I've seen your emails. I've seen your work that you've done, and yet this is the first time we've had a face-to-face. So it's nice to meet you, and I'm so glad that you have been with us for a year and continue to stay with us. So thank you, Hassan.
Thank you.
Let's see. Do I have someone else? Did I miss somebody here? Lucy Barnes? Is Lucy with us? Hi, Lucy.
Hi, I'm Lucy. I'm just finishing up a couple online classes with Utah State. I'm majoring in public relations and my minor's in political science. And I actually just don't start till this next Monday, so I haven't started yet, but I thought I'd jump on the call and introduce myself. But yeah.
Are you one of our liaison interns?
Yes, I'm with District 4.
Excellent.
So yeah.
Well, thank you so much. We're looking forward to working with you, and excited that you jumped on the call with us today. So I think I got everybody. If I didn't, somebody pop on and tell me I missed somebody. Okay, I don't see Lehua or Jen popping on to say that I forgot something, as per usual. All right, well, I want to thank all of you for working with the city, for being here with us, and for taking a moment to join our call so that we could actually see you It actually really means a lot to me, and I think to my other council members, to put faces with the people who do such hard work for us. So thank you again, and look forward hopefully to seeing more of all of you. With that, that's the only report from me. Chris is gone. Cindy, did you have any announcements?
Announcements today. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. We do not have a closed session that I'm aware of. And with that, and again, unless I forgot something, then our work session is now adjourned, and we will join all together again at 7 p.m. for our formal meeting. Thank you all again for joining us this afternoon.